we're in
so
Levitate
this year
Art
I get a
Space.
haha around my house. I don't care how long it lasts.
Okay, so yeah, so we are in Levitate Art Space. I am finishing up the metaverse. I'm going to wind up begging people next week
What have you guys been up to?
for posters.
Making shit happen. That's all I can.
And then we will get the NFTs and the stuff placed.
Oh, that's awesome, Tiny. I will completely friggin' forget, and I don't get anybody's alerts or messages or check marks or shit from Twitter. So if you remember, will you message me so I can mint one?
Yeah, I will. I'm having a mint party on Tuesday at 6. I'm going to do a space, but I'll definitely DM you. Thanks. Aw.
Yay!
Stoked. Yeah, no, we were just hanging out. Like, I mean, just kind of laid back show tonight. You know what I mean? I didn't do any, like, send out DM invites. I haven't been doing it much here lately. I've been sorting out a ton of other stuff. That's my excuse for not taking an hour to DM and annoy everybody. Like, I very well could have, but I just decided not to, honestly.
I wait till Brody's space starts and then I DM everybody while I'm sitting there waiting for people to show up.
Yeah, my bad. Like, Go ahead, Tanya.
Oh, no, I like that, sending it out while you're waiting for everyone to show up.
Yeah. You know, I never do that. I don't know why. I just stopped doing it. Like, if you want to be here, you'll be here. It's kind of how I see it. But
Yeah, we were enclosing our porch today, so.
Were you?
Oh yeah.
Like just
all the fun.
Like windows too.
No, we took PVC boards and did the bottom half. Like there was a railing and frame all around it, so we just attached PVC boards to the bottom half to close that off. And then we got like the square lattice type shit, you know, that you use for fence or whatever.
Stuff like that, like the white square.
Yeah, the white squares. And we're putting that on the outside of the top. And then we're going to make screens because it's huge openings. So we have to get like all the crap to make screens and screen the inside against the PVC board. So the friggin' mosquitoes and the snakes stay the hell out of here.
That's what I was wondering. Like, what are you guys going through all that for?
Yeah, so, well, we got a hot tub. So we wanted to put it on the porch, and we figured we'd enclose it first so we could actually enjoy it. We're on the river, and it's real damp down by the water. So there's always mosquitoes.
And especially
who the fuck wants to sit in a hot tub and get eaten alive, right?
I don't think anybody does. I think you have the right idea for sure.
God, I could just imagine like all the mosquitoes in the hot tub, and then you come out with like just your shoulders are all eaten, and yuck.
Yeah, well, we've tried everything. You know, the only thing that actually works on these suckers, because we have torches everywhere and they don't work. We have all kinds of citronella stuff everywhere and none of it works. I bought one of those, like, you put them inside and put fragrance oil in them. Like diffuser thingy that you plug in.
Like with like natural oils, basically?
I put that out on the porch, plug it in, and put a couple drops of citronella oil in it, and that works.
Essential oils are powerful.
Doesn't work. So I mix the lemongrass oil and the citronella oil, and that keeps them away.
Sweet.
But not to be in a friggin' hot tub, you know, with heat and everything that attracts the suckers.
Yeah.
Can you not be covered?
Yeah, that would be intense. Citronella oil and you said lemongrass?
Yeah, lemongrass oil kind of takes the scent of the citronella down a little bit. Yeah. And they don't like that either. So for whatever, it works. No. I'm looking to buy lemongrass plants and put them around the outside of the porch, because we had that in Pompano when we lived there, and it worked.
That's actually a good idea. That's like, like there's like natural remedies. Like my car guys that used to work on cars up here. Like they'll put cotton ball. Like they've got a car that's sitting in the shop for a while. You soak cotton balls in natural mint oil, or you take mint leaves and you put them in there, and it keeps the mice away. That way they don't go and get into your cars and stuff like that. I should have brought that up to Tiny like a couple months ago when she.
Oh my god! Don't remind me! Don't remind me!
Your roommate.
I'm traumatized by it. Like the corner of the apartment where it was, like I won't go over there. I'm like, and if I do go over there, I'm like staring at my toes the whole time, afraid they're gonna get like nibbled on by a little murder rodent. God. I'm not a fan of mice.
No. I saved like a bunch of baby mice one time. You guys, like, I know we went way off topic here tonight, but we literally are just hanging out. So don't just ignore the project strategies up there. Like, just ignore that.
We're just vibing.
I mean, this is prime project strategy. Like, here you go. Here's your strategy. Just be you, be open, be yourself, and build community. There you go. There's your strategy for the night. We're showing you in person how this happens. But no, like I actually saved a bunch of baby mice because one time I was cleaning out the garage and we had shop vac in there, and I turn on the shop vac and I see like all this stuff shooting out the back of it, and I open up like the airway in the back, and there's a little mice nest, and there's like these little tiny little baby mice that are like just, I don't know, they had to have been like hanging on for their dear lives while I was sitting there vacuuming, but I saved them. You know what I mean? Like, I like nature. Like, I respect every animal for like what it is, every insect. You know what I mean? Like, we're all like a part of this big thing we call the world. So like to me, at the end of the day, it's kind of how I see it. But we all have a certain importance in the ecosystem. And I think that humans are like very bad on it. Yeah. Anyways, I took them out of there. They lived, and I let them go off in the field and in the back. So it was my good deed of that crazy encounter. I don't know. I felt bad for him. I was like, oh no, I feel so bad. Like, could you imagine like this vacuum just, and you're like literally the size of like, I don't know, let's just say like one of those mini Bic lighters. Like, if you guys know what those are, like that size of these little mice, just like all I could just picture is them hanging on for dear life.
And it's sad because they are kind of cute. Like, you know, I don't want them in my house, but like they are kind of cute.
That's so fair. Like, totally agree with you. Wouldn't want them in the house, but they are little cute little.
We had one. When Aaron and I, Bertie, lived in Delaware. We lived on a pond in this huge property next to a farm, and we had one that would come, and we couldn't figure out how it was getting in, because every way we thought it was getting in, we would block off, and the sucker would still pop up on the stove. We would never see it anywhere else, but it would come in and get up the back of the stove and like pop up and just sit on the stove looking at us.
I would die.
Ballsy little bugger.
So we would shove like, Brillo pad, not Brillo pads, the steel wool stuff in any of the cracks, to keep them out, and foam, and who knows how this little bastard got in, but it would come up and like sit and look at you and then take off. I was like, motherfucker. And we took the stove out. We were like behind the cabinets and everywhere else, and we couldn't get rid of them. And I didn't have the heart to, do anything to them. So.
Well, I could sympathize with you. We got Vigilante down there. Before you jump, Vag. Jesus, that was funny. All right, I'm fucking done. I'm go ahead. Actually, after that, I have nothing else. Go ahead, Vigilante.
I have lots of my stories, but I just wanted to say good night because I'm gonna go feed the baby now. So have a good night, y'all.
Take
Have a
care.
good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Glad to see I'm not alone in the mice escapades.
No, it happens. They're hard. Like once they're like in, they're hard to get out too. Like they can like.
I got a cat.
literally-
That was the end of the story.
Yeah, same here. Agreed. Go feed that baby. I appreciate
Good night, y'all.
you know.
Good night.
Good night. What's up, Amy? What were you gonna say?
So, with the latest election in 2016, not 2016, 2020, I moved in with my friend in her basement because I was like, I don't want to be in downtown DC. This probably is a bad idea. And I didn't know it at the time, but her kitchen cabinet, she had some, like, she needed to cut out a portion of her wall to take care of some rats. And the first thing Maymay did was get stuck in her wall. And so my cat was meowing, and she's in the wall, and I was like, no. And I was having visions of, like, the SPCA is gonna have to come out and, like, tear apart my friend's house. And I was like, Kitty! Kitty! Come back! And I told my friend, she was like, excellent! I was hoping and then she was like, and she came out, and I was like, having a cow, and then she's like, but we can, we can tie up the cabinet. I was like, thank you, because I don't think my little heart, my little anxiety could help. Like, please don't. I don't want my cat to be stuck in a wall. Thank you.
That heart attack. Go ahead.
Have you ever seen that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with the cat in the wall?
No, but I was like, I don't want my cat to go anywhere I can't get it back out.
But he's okay. Right.
Yeah, no, she was fine. She was in the wall for like 5 minutes, maybe. But I was just like, like, follow my voice, Maymay, come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Because, like, she walks around the house like she's trapped anyway, and I'm like, cat, like, literally nothing's wrong with your life. But, like, oh man, no, I was just like, ugh, and now we're gonna have to, like, destroy my friend's entire kitchen, getting my cat out of her stupid wall. Like, yeah, no.
When we first moved back here and we moved into this house, the garage and the laundry room are attached on the side of the house, and there were big gaps in everything. And we have these they're field rats. They're not like big sewer rats. They're like bigger than a mouse, but smaller than like a city rat. And they were all over the place. So I went and got like 10 cans of spray foam and fucking foamed everything. Like everything in the garage and the laundry room has spray foam like falling down, seeping all over it. So I figured, like, I did it during the day, when they're usually out doing their whatever, and that way they wouldn't be able to get back in. So we're sitting in the living room at night, and I hear this scratching. I'm like, motherfucker, they're trying to get back in. So I fling open the door, and the poor little thing must have been in the house when I spray foamed and was trying to get out. So it was digging a hole through where it was coming and going. And I finally just let it go. And as soon as it dug the hole out and was gone out the hole, I shoved more spray foam in the hole. I was like, okay, you're done. You're not coming back.
Crazy.
And we haven't seen any since.
That's crazy. Like, it's like they're alive, What are you gonna do? You gotta chase it into a hole, I guess. Like, I'm impressed with you, with what you did.
I'm sorry, I'm like over in you guys. You guys are sitting here talking about your cats, and I'm like, mine's chilling outside. I gotta go. Like, Remy, get your ass inside. Like, come on, buddy. It's time to come in before I end up forgetting about you.
Keep your cats in on Halloween so nothing bad happens to them.
Right, man. usually I let him out during the day, and like he just hangs out on the porch most of the time. But he doesn't get out during the day, and he goes out at night. He'll just be fucking out until like, I don't know, 12 a.m., 1 in the morning, and I'm like, man, I'm trying to go to bed. Like, come on, dude, I don't want to leave you outside. I love you too much.
Does your cat wake you up at like the same time every morning? Because we have one cat that at 5 o'clock, if the blinds are down enough where he can tap them, he'll come into the room and tap them at like 5:15 every morning to go outside. And it's the most annoying thing. Like, I don't even have to set an alarm clock anymore. This
I'm
guy,
not gonna lie, like my cat's super laid back. Like I don't ever have any issues like with him like waking me up or like, you know, being pussy or anything like that. He's super laid back. Like he fits my like personality so much. Like he's just mellow, but then again he's like, you know, like don't fuck with me type of guy. Like too, like I mean, like I don't know. He's like super cool. I love my cat like to death. But he doesn't wake me up or nothing like that. It's just like I usually wake up at like I'll wake up at like 7 in the morning and I'll go upstairs and he'll be ready to go hang out outside. And just chill on the porch and watch the squirrels and the birds with me usually in the morning while I'm getting all my stuff done. Like I was in a meeting with Patrick and like he come just run up and jumped on my lap and was like all in the camera. I'm like, well, now you get to meet Remy. You know, but I love my cat, I won't lie. I used to be a dog person, like you said, like bully pit bulls and Doberman German Shepherd Rottweiler mix. But one of my exes, like 5 years ago, like when we moved into our place, it's like, we need to get a cat, and I'm like, no, we need to make sure that our bills are all like sorted out before we have anything to be reliable about first. You gotta wait on this, gotta wait on this, and like I probably pushed it back for like a month, 2 months, and then finally she was like, look, I found one for $20, and I'm like, all right, you know what, fuck it, let's go get one. And I went and picked up this cat, dude, and I am so glad I made that like decision. Like now, like yeah, like let's just go get it, because there's the cutest little thing ever, and now he's like 5 years old. He's the exact type of cat that I wanted. He's a Maine Coon tabby mix. So he's gonna be a big boy, and he's just, I don't know, he's pretty. It's my little buddy. But yeah, that's about
Ours go outside, and my Maine Coon comes in at 7 o'clock every morning and stretches across my pillow, and I get like belly fur right on my head.
That's the best one. Like, I mean, like, you know, that's why like I'm so big with like just letting them go out, because like Maine Coons, like it's in their nature to be out like hunting and stuff like that. So I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, man, like come on, man. I don't want to keep you. Like, I know you're my pet. Like, I love you, little man, but you know, I know you love me enough to come home. So go do your thing. Go enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? Come back whenever you're ready. That's kind of how I feel.
have you seen those cat documentaries on Netflix?
If it's the Don't Mess with the Cats, is that the one you're talking about?
No, there's another one. I think it's like the Mind of a Cat.
Yeah, I've seen that, dude. Like, I actually learned quite a bit from that. Like, whenever they're like nibbling you and stuff like that, it's like signs of emotion, like signs of love. It's essentially just like when they rub against like your legs and stuff. It's essentially just shows that they, well, like you're theirs, right? And for those of you guys that just jumped in here, yeah, welcome to NFT Project Strategy and Good Vibes. We're way off topic tonight, but we're just hanging out, vibing, having a good time. Honestly, chilling. We usually end it at like 8:30. What do you think, Tiny? You down to rock it out for a little bit tonight, or you want to end it
I'm
here?
kind of tired, but I could hang out for a little. I like just started sneezing out of the blue, so I don't know.
All this talk about cats. I mean, I'm cool with ending it here soon, honestly, because I mean, I'm just gonna go back and keep studying on this C Corp stuff, and then probably get to sleep early tonight.
Okay, why are you doing C Corp? Because Bandbooks Art is C Corp. I regret it.
So I'm doing C Corp because of I want to be able to have employees accept grant funds and seed investors and stuff like this going forward. and for the business in the long run, and for the brand in the long run, I think that it is going to be the best one to go for. Like, me and Sia were having this conversation the other day in DMs too. Like I was going to go for LLC, right? But it doesn't allow for a lot of the other benefits, and like, it doesn't allow you to take on shares of, like, to have shares, and it doesn't allow you to take in like grant seed investors and stuff like that as well. So I don't know, I'm still learning a lot about it. I have someone that is very, very experienced, actually, like, mentoring him and bringing me through it, and that's kind of why I've taken that route, for long-term purposes only. And then I dropped a little bit of alpha in here earlier that I don't know. I can't talk about too much until it happens, because I don't want to jinx it before it happens. But there's big reasons that I'm looking into that, potentially over LLCs and just self-incorporating, right? So, and then, you know, like, my mentor is gonna help me, like, set up, like, my COPs, my CQPs, my COPs, my pitch decks, and all the other stuff going forward too. So, like, because there's so much that goes into it, and that's why, like, I've been just, you know, basically heading the book, studying, trying to understand the terminology and the importance behind it going forward. But I have the reason that I'm pushing this, and I've been pushing it so important, like, making it like first priority for the last couple of weeks, is because I have a very, very important meeting tomorrow that is, like, could potentially really bring Levitated Society to be a globally recognized brand, like we want it to be. So, you know, if we're gonna go in, I'm just gonna go in, you know, all in, just give it my best, and we're gonna see what happens with it. So that's why.
I'm gonna hop in and say that Altuve, the Astros, and both of the men in my house can kiss my entire ass.
Fair enough. Yo, you were having a terrible night over there watching this game. I like that. That's one of those nights where I would just turn the TV off and just, like, fuck it. I'm going to pour a drink. You guys leave me alone. I'm going to sit in the hot tub with the mosquitoes. They piss me off less than you guys would.
I'm out on the porch and I can hear the laughing the minute he hits the damn ball. I'm like, what? Stop.
Yo, it's hilarious. No, I think it's funny. Like, Tara, honestly, you cracked me up. Like, 'cause you're, like, straight out of Philly. Like, you just don't give a fuck. Like, you say what you want to say, and I love it. Like, so it just comes out. I always get a kick out of it. So, but no, I don't know. You guys, honestly, Tiny, if you're getting tired, we can start wrapping it up.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys all for coming through and hanging out with us. Wasn't much of an NFT project strategy kind of night, but the good vibes were definitely here. So it's all that matters to me. Honestly, yeah, maybe we'll catch you guys. I know tomorrow. First of all, pay attention to my notifications if you guys want to play poker with us tomorrow night. I'm gonna go ahead and put out the official announcement. We're gonna have a page on levitatedarts.com too, so where you can go and, like, sign up under us. There's free rolls. I went and put, like, a couple $100 in on our pots, so they'll be automatically paid out. And then we also have so now Sundays at 6 p.m. and Wednesdays. I think Sundays, Wednesdays. Let me grab my notebook. Hold on. Oh, where the hell? Okay, here it is. Sundays and Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, we'll have holder-only tournaments with $10 pots for the first couple of weeks. So it's going to be split between the three people. So it'll be first place is $5, second place is $3, third place is $2. They have instant cash out, so, like, you guys can cash out instantly too on your pots, or you can choose to, like, bring them in, continue playing with the money on the site. It's entirely up to you guys. what you do is just go to levitatedapedin.com. If you guys aren't already registered in there, go to levitatedapedin.com. It'll reroute you to Apedin Poker, and then you click sign up. And then when you sign up there, the bonus code should say levitated. If you guys signed up with us a few weeks prior, when I didn't really realize that our community was being a little bit manipulated, let me know. Open up a ticket in Discord and let me know your account name on there, and I'll have them swap you over to where you're under levitated. Under levitated, because not only so every Sunday and Wednesday we have our private holders only games with $10 buy-ins, but there's going to be public games too every Friday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I'm just going to do so I had a little 3D poker chip, Levitated Society poker chip made. And say you those free rolls, that's going to be the winning for you. So you just get a poker chip NFT, and if you collect, let's say you collect 20 of them, you can then trade those in for a 1-of-1 by me or something like that. So that's what we're going to do with those ones. And then going forward, I actually want to if it all turns out and goes really well, I actually want to do 50 cent stakes and stuff like that as well with one of our games. So we'll see what happens. That way we can pay out bigger pots and there'd be bigger rewards for our holders that like to play. I know not all of our holders like to play poker, but I thought that this was a really, really cool opportunity. Plus, if you guys are holders of mine, there's a Gobbler tournament on the 26th of November with $1,000 payout. All of our holders get a free roll into that game. So on the 26th, we'll do a big announcement beforehand with Apedin Poker as well. And then on November 12th, there's a collab tournament as well that you can win, that we're going to be working with them into, where you can win a seat into another $300 guaranteed pot and stuff like that. So I mean, I know we used to do poker every Sundays, right? But it was always just NFTs and prizes, and I just think it's a cool way to expand it. One, it'll free up some of my time because they're automatic payouts and everything. They go directly to your wallets, and you guys can actually literally withdraw them right there, or choose to take that money and then play again more on the site. It's up to you entirely. But I like the fact that they allow you to easily withdraw. Currently, they are Solana based, so Solana is how you add money to the site if you wanted to go play those other games, but you don't have to, obviously. But within the next 2 weeks, and this is with some wiggle room on it, 2 to 3 weeks, they're gonna have different ways to actually you can buy in through ETH and stuff like that too. So you'll also be able to deposit through those chains as well, as opposed to just your Solana wallet deposits. You can or a Phantom wallet. You're going to be able to deposit directly to your bank account, directly to your Ethereum wallet, whatever you want to do. There's a lot of really cool stuff with that collaboration that we solidified, honestly, over the last couple of weeks. And so I haven't put out the official announcement just because I had my meeting with them on Friday. We solidified everything. I put it out to holders, and then thank you, Slick. I can walk you through that too. That way you can know next time for whenever you need to. But you guys, I was replying to a DM out loud. My bad. Do it all the time. My bad. But yeah, I just think it's really cool. You know what I mean? One, it frees up time for us, and it creates other opportunities for those players in our community that like to play poker all the time. Because you guys see it, people are coming and asking is poker today? And it was only on Sundays, but now we're gonna have it a little spread out, 3 days a week. And then not only that, it's not just our tournaments. It's literally walking to a casino essentially. There's a bunch of other free rolls and communities that you can join into and play with them as well. And yeah, so there's gonna be a lot of cool stuff coming with it. That's just the least of what there is to expect, and that's what I know now. So we'll have more announcements coming too. I'm gonna be in in real close touch with Ape and Poker and their developers and the team behind them, because we like really hit it off on our first few meetings, and yeah, so we'll be look out for like collab spaces and stuff like that as well. But yeah, so that official announcement will be out. If I don't do it tonight, honestly, I'm tired. I'll probably put it out tomorrow morning. Like the official announcement, because what day is it? Tomorrow's Sunday. We have our tournament happening that night too. So that's probably what I'll do. But yeah, other than that, it's just that's really like the stickers they've been sent out. Those are the two big announcements that I have. Tara, did you claim your stickers a while back? I don't remember when I was going through it yesterday. I think you did.
I don't know. Aaron may have.
Maybe. Well, we'll see if you guys get a surprise sticker pack, because I don't remember. I know I did like we had like 44 entries, and I sent out 38 of them, and there was like 6 addresses that weren't complete, so I had to go back and email, and I did all that today. So Monday, the rest of them will be going into the post office. But we'll see. If you do, surprise.
Like, I'm juggling like 100 things. Plus, I don't know. I think I have memory issues from traumatic brain injury, and sometimes I don't know what the fuck's going on. So Aaron handles a lot of things. I make notes. I have post-it notes. I have notebooks. I have shit all over everywhere, and I couldn't tell you. We were doing this today, and we were kind of crazy. I couldn't even tell you what I did this morning. So there are some days where I'm clear as a bell, and other days that people ask me shit, and I'm like, did I say that? Did I do that? I have no idea. Sometimes it's freaking convenient, but a lot of times it's a real pain in the ass.
I could imagine.
Yeah, frustrating.
Yeah. But now, you guys, I mean, with all that being said, I don't think I have much going on Monday. So now that I say that, there was something that was brought up earlier. Oh, Amy, your space. Yeah, I don't have much going on Monday. So DM invites will be going out on Monday, you guys. I'm going to put them out there. We're going to do that. So we'll see the difference. But yeah, so we'll catch you guys Monday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Look at that cute poster I put up on the Jumbotron. I know, it's rude when someone else is talking, but it's cute.
Web3 horror stories. Oh, yeah. Is it your cat?
Yeah, it's them.
It looks like my cat, Remy. Kinda. Is it long-haired or short-haired?
They're short-haired.
Oh, it's both of them. I see. Okay. He's like licking the other one. All right, I see.
Wait, I only see one cat.
Yeah,
I see it. Oh, cute.
Well, now you guys know. Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Go to Web3 Horror Stories and go venture wins and your losses and your rug projects and stuff. Go check out what Amy's doing. I think it's a dope poster. The cats threw me off, but I mean they're part of your life, so I think they fit.
I love the cat.
But all right,
you guys.
We're out of here. We're gonna call it enough. Thank you for vibing out and having a good time with us tonight. Catch you guys on Monday with a little bit more. Hopefully, big updates. Tara, it was good to see you too. By the way, honestly, it's been a while, so I'm glad to hear that you're doing well.
Have a good night, guys.
Much love, everybody. Much love. Wish me luck tomorrow too. Take care.
Good luck.
Peace. Stay levitated, everybody.
Okay. What are we doing? I'm literally going to get onto a different Twitter space, but off of this stream because I need to do some programming. And we've been together an awful lot today. Oh, you know what? I should probably get off of this stream. Flippin' cute. So, there's just so many things that I need to pin now. Anyway, it's 10 p.m. on a Saturday, and I'm on my phone instead of being on the live stream. This copy here got downloaded, so I can put it where it belongs. And when I said I was going to do programming, I meant in this metaverse. However, I haven't actually done my Web3 training today, so I should go ahead and do that. It's not too late. But Is there anything else I want to go to? Oh, I should. You know what? I should probably go into totally uninformed opinions. And we can hang out a little bit longer. Wait, Shelby just by themselves? That's not cool. Also, this is, okay. This is the I'm gonna go talk to Shelby and then go to Visual Sellers. And then maybe it was wrong. I like Shelby. What's this doing? Am I not in the, yeah, no, it is this account. What is this doing? Why? At SHELBY. People. You're just gonna be like that? I'm following this person. Am I blocked by Shelby? That'd be weird. Let me actually just go to my other account, see if I'm weird. SHELBBX. No, they're... Copying this and going back to my other account. Hope I'm not banned by him. That'd be weird. Following me, following you, it just didn't show up, so weird.
A weaker person, even when the weaker person importunes upon him. Only insulting and presumptuous actions evoke his anger. Therefore, a weaker person approaching a stronger person with pressing needs may find himself in a dangerous position and unable to force the stronger to comply, but he can obtain what he asks of the stronger by presenting his case honestly, 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 There is no question in anyone's mind that the stronger could crush the weaker without hardly exerting himself, if he so chose. The weaker avoids that fate by keeping in mind his lesser status, and by bridging their gap with himself.
I don't know if this is the type of space where people come in and
Men can never be equal in every respect, and will naturally differ in every possible attribute.
I do request to speak before I retweet the room. Anyway, we'll see if people actually go in. Oh, fine.
Accept it. 11. Peace. The decision a time of peace and harmony is conducive to advancement and prosperity. As in spring, all things work together to bring about robust growth. Dissensions evaporate as persons of different status are able to work together in mutually beneficial relationships. When the wise and enlightened are in control, even evil forces fall under their influence and are able to make improvements.
I'll wait until this is done.
Or at such times,
Let him
their
tell me.
attention is turned toward worthy objectives. All that is inferior is pushed into the background, and the superior, taking advantage of the harmonious times, are able to operate freely. This produces a time of good fortune when men are able to work in harmony and cooperate with one another. They are able to plan and organize their time and efforts in ways that are highly productive. Progressive ideas are welcome. Cooperative ventures are embraced. The abundance that occurs in a time of peace and harmony is directed towards proper ends, and resources are utilized efficiently. It is this harmonious relationship with even the forces of nature that produces great abundance, prosperity, and success. 12. Stand still. The decision in the time of an activity, the harmony necessary for the creative powers to function properly is not present. Any actions taken in such a time will be unproductive and futile. There is a time and a season for all things, and this is not the time for great accomplishments. Nothing seems to work. Everything is in disarray. All the forces that promote creative activity are absent. Inferior people are gaining power, and the superior man is ignored and without influence. What is a superior man to do in such a time? Shall he become a part of the general level of inferior activity? Shall he throw in his lot with everyone else? No, never. In such a time of decadence and decline, the superior man retires from the current scene. He holds on to his principles and awaits a time that is more conducive to their implementation, when his influence can have
I just asked their DMs. I don't know if Shelby checks their DMs when they're in, but I'd rather ask in a DM than interrupt. So, but I am in a speaker.
Because they intuitively recognize the inferiority of others.
Super muted by host.
May be invited to participate in this folly, but he should decline, no matter how enticing the offer. He knows that he can have no real influence on what proceeds, and to attempt to do so would only put him in conflict with the others. He would only waste his energies and demean himself. Therefore, he works on his own development in solitude rather than waste his substance in pointless pretense. 13. Fellowship. The decision a man with an accommodating nature can bring intractable men together into a peaceful reunion by acting as a source of clear vision. Such a union has great strength because it combines the purpose and vision of a quiet and modest filmmaker with the capabilities of strong and competent performers. With such a union of personnel, great things can be accomplished and dangerous tasks brought to a successful conclusion. Men with such strong, independent dispositions cannot be united except for purposes that are important and beneficial to mankind. The leader of such a group cannot appeal to such people with purposes centered around himself, but must have goals that are transcending things, that inspire men to give their very best to a higher calling. The leader of such a group, therefore, must be dedicated, inspiring, and with a vision that exceeds the ordinary. He must be able to light a fire under men, not with deception or false appearances, but with real insight and discernment. His is a quiet strength, however, because the people he works with are not fools, but hard-nosed realists themselves. He cannot make headway with them unless he is
Wait
able
like
to
5
reveal
minutes
to them
and then
direction that they can agree with
do that. This is
As
weird.
a group of
I have regrets.
people working together cannot attempt difficult tasks and accomplish great goals casually
What
or incidentally.
are we listening to?
Any group of competent people has individuals with different and varying skills. Any complicated task that is attempted requires an array of abilities that are not found in a single man. If great deeds are to be brought to fruition successfully by a group of people, their varying skills must be coordinated with the different demands of the task. This cannot be left to happenstance, but must be planned and arranged carefully. If every man is expected to help out without being given some kind of direction, no great task can be accomplished. Competent men recognize the need for organized effort and look to the person in charge to supply it.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and just pin it.
The decision a person in a high position who is modest attracts to himself people of great ability. They come to him because they know that their voices will be heard and their contributions can be effective. An arrogant, immodest person attracts sycophants who seek only their own advancement and care little for great accomplishment, save as it advances their own interests. But a modest person can bring together great talents who have clear vision, and they can then unite to produce real advancement. Great men do not submit to tyrannical leadership, neither do they wish to enhance the pride of an autocrat. Only a leader who will permit them to use and express they wish to enhance the pride of an autocrat. Only
Okay, that was a weird space.
The warlord would run out, grab it, and then sell it to the citizens of the city of Mogadishu. And when I say sell, I use that term very liberally. If you ever want some very unpleasant reading, you can go read exactly about what those warlords did. They sometimes they would take the sons and force them to become part of their gang. Sometimes they would make the daughters of families perform oral sex on them to give them the bags of grain that America had airdropped in. So they were not nice people. And for some reason, the world decided that America was a bully for going into Somalia. They were complete pieces of shit who deserved to die. The ones that we were after, those warlords, the Mohammed Farah Aidid, and all the like him, they were awful human beings. I had fucking zero sympathy for those people, whatever. But it all goes back to food distribution. They didn't have to starve, but it wasn't even, like, we were even giving them the food at no cost. It was airdropped in. But then you got the second, not even the second, you got the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth problems, which is fine. You got the food to the place. How do you ensure equal distribution of the food, safe distribution of the food, storage, all these other things need to be answered. I don't know. Maybe the only thing I can see AI helping with that is maybe killing the warlords better than the Marines could. But The other thing is, I guess the underlying fear of AI, because you always hear it, is that when it gains sentience, it's going to become a threat. It doesn't need to gain sentience to become a threat. Viruses have killed God knows how many people throughout time, probably in the billions, and they're not sentient. They don't need to be sentient, and they're arguably less complex than AI. So you've already got something that's less complicated than AI that is not sentient, that kills people in droves. So if we get AI, it doesn't really need to gain sentience to kill us. It just needs to find a reason, what it perceives as a reason. It uses it as a threat, it uses it as a resource, it uses it as a host, who knows? But yeah, it doesn't need sentience to go on its killing spree.
It's to bed. Oh my goodness. Here
Bro,
we
that
go.
escalated
Alright.
quickly. I love it.
Sure
Keep it
did.
going.
It sure did. Alright. Art, welcome to the stage. We're going to go to Dr. M first. Dr. M, go ahead.
Hey everybody. Gosh, been listening for a while. Yeah, you're right. I so agree with that because I mean while that AI turning against humanity being an issue will materialize at some point. A lot before that, including now, you have the situation where AI is very powerful, and the immediate and ongoing problem is going to be basically bad actors taking something that is so powerful and that becomes increasingly easier to use, and unleashing it towards destructive purposes. How much work it takes to produce, how much work and how much data it takes to produce like a really good deep fake of someone is so much less on both ends, less work and less data now than it was just a couple of years ago, even 3-4 years ago. So so I mean that's kind of the immediate threat. I would say there is big things like just using existing AI even to try to find vulnerabilities in systems. People talk about quantum computing becoming an issue in terms of security, but really AI could be used for AI is very good, in fact, at finding bugs in systems that we cannot. So that's kind of I think the danger from that can be as big as the danger from that future where everything is run by AI beings, let's say, making decisions and them turning against us. So because this is today, not to mention generally there is an issue of alignment, right? When the AI on social media is powerful, but they are set to the goal and purposes of the companies that own them, which is not, there is no reason to expect that they would have people's best interest, at heart, with the goals that they unleash the AI that they do have already on. So, I think that's kind of big. You can imagine all kinds of terrorist organizations would be interested in using AI. And by the way, of course, using AI has become so much easier. The amount of expertise in any kind of computer science or programming or anything of that sort that you need in order to use the power of AI has become increasingly less. So just a couple of thoughts there.
Yeah. Again, I feel like AI and machine learning, in my opinion, in regards to food production, is most reliable in transportation. The whole thought that we want to give up our food production, which could be extremely detrimental, shall the machines and the AI fail to our entire society, blows my mind. But totally up for the conversation. Holy bejesus. I'm not sure that Dean has gotten to speak yet because I was putting the kids to bed. It's been a rough week in Bella's house. 2 strands of flu hit everybody else but me. And if it hits me this week before I get on my plane to the Caribbean, I'm going to be really angry. If I get sick and don't get to go to the beach, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be angry. I want to welcome everybody. We got 48 listeners in this room right now. We only have, we've got 9 retweets. We've got 14 likes. We got 3 quote tweets. There is something that has been keeping this room going on for the past 111 days, and that is that the more people, the more speakers, the more minds that come together to talk about these topics, the better the conversation gets. I do tend to talk a lot. I try not to talk too much, but yes, the more people that we have sharing their thoughts helps us out. So if you would, I would like to ask everybody to retweet the totally uninformed opinions on NFTs, Web3, gaming, tech, startups, and VCs. If you're not into retweeting, hit that blue plus sign down at the bottom and just stealth share the space with some of your friends. Because sometimes just the stealth share gets more people in here as well. We've got 3 simple rules. Once you come to stage, be respectful, don't shill, and don't pin tweets. Pretty easy. I am here with my lovely co-host, Ether, from around the globe. I love that you're totally across the pond and that we get to share these moments together.
What are you doing?
Sometimes they're very intimate. Sometimes we may fight. It is what it is. Like, you know, we can have our differing opinions. It all works out. But right now, I think that Dean wants to go first in talking more. Go ahead, Ether.
Thanks. Just before you hand it to Dean. Were you going to
tell me? Yeah, no. Were you going to tell me how much you love me?
Yeah, I was. I love you. I love you so much, Bella. I'm so grateful for you. With that, we'll pass it to Dean. He's lagging, and I was joking. But I just wanted to say, hey, like, you know, with regard to the retweet, like, I wonder sometimes, like, I don't know, it's only, 10 at night, or what is it? Yeah, 10 at night or something on the East Coast. Most of these listeners at this hour are probably actually listening. And I'm hoping they're staying here, not because it's so difficult to go somewhere else, but because there's actually some value for them out of the content. And if they have anyone following them, like maybe they're following them because they're similar people or they think about or enjoy similar things. And I just love that phenomena. You know, like when you've seen the same movie as someone else, or you saw the same episode that was released this week, and then you get to talk to them about that shared experience you both had. Well, it's really lovely having that kind of experience with your friends, and totally uninformed opinions is a great way to do that. You can say, remember the other day when Bella told Ether how stupid and wrong he was, and he was like, yep, shut my mouth, I'm just going to sit down. That was hysterical because she put him in his place. You know what I'm saying?
The world that you've never seen The Notebook either, I'm telling you, like, you are missing out.
Oh, yeah. Don't watch it. Back to talking about that. Let's go back to talking about that. Fuck no. No, hey, high maintenance. I was literally DMing Xena and Bella, and I was like, we're talking about relationships. I can do that other places. I don't come here to talk about this stuff. Can we change the topic? And Xena's like, talk about whatever the hell you want. I'm going to bed.
And I said, get your booty up here as Coho. Again, it just had to do with Elon freeing the birds. We weren't talking about a movie.
There's a theme here, which is basically Bella tells me what to do, and I do it. And I guess with that, let's try Dean again. Otherwise, then let's say hi to you, Art, because you're new to the stage, and then we'll get back to you, Icarus.
Oh, well, thank you. Icarus had his hand up first. I wasn't really expecting the preferential treatment, but I was listening to the AI discussion, and I had thoughts about it, so thank you for letting me go first, Icarus. I appreciate that. So for me, the danger of AI and machine learning is the incomplete data sets and the biases. And this can be seen with, like, the prison to get the bonds, and, you know, it's racially, like the historical data is wrong, and so unless you put the correct weights and things, it just exasperates these unfair outcomes. And so, and then also like the human operator error, where like we have our own biases, and it's just one of those things where it's just incredibly dangerous. And as someone that's worked in a startup that has a really smart machine learning thing, it's a black box, and then can you really trust it? Well, and then you have to like rework how it works so that people can actually test the outcomes and know about it, and it's a big mess. But if we're talking about, and I do also believe that with food, it's going to be the most impactful probably with logistics. However, I'm also wondering if like genetic modification could be a good application for it, where we're getting really much better at like genome splicing. We're having more powerful computers, so it's more it's easier to compute and actually feasible to compute these things. And so having more disease-resistant plants and, genetically modifying things like that will help when we start doing like, intense agricultural farming with like hydroponics and stuff. So thank you. Sorry, that was long-winded, but I just want to get all my opinions out in the open before we moved on.
No, well, but this is the great part, because it's a 24-hour space. We don't have to move on. And Art by Banned Books. I gotta like shorten the title. I hope you're okay with that. Art.
You can call me Amy. It's fine.
Amy, welcome. I don't think you've ever been on the stage before, at least not with me. Have you been up here before?
I have come in sporadically. This is my third time talking, so
awesome.
Lucky third time.
Well, I haven't met you, so nice to meet you, Amy. So nice to meet you. I really appreciate your opinions on this. I want to ask you a question regarding genetically modified, because those words can be like really triggering to a lot of things in our society, whether you're talking about genetically modified humans, foods, drugs, etc. Do you want to expand any more on how you think that will benefit?
Well, let me preface this by saying I'm not a scientist, and
that's why it's totally uninformed opinions. Let's freaking go.
But we've been genetically modifying our food doing basically what we do with dogs and the pedigree stuff. Like we if we want like tomatoes that ripen early, we pick the ones that ripen early, and then we just keep using those seeds, because we're basically doing science experiments, and there's actually projects of like how to get heirloom grapes and things back. So like we're doing it, it's just not the most technologically advanced stuff, but it is going to become okay. So I did watch a documentary once where they are going to start using genetically modified food in intense like hydroponic gardening, so that because the less time that it takes for food to get to maturity, the more efficient it is to use like indoor hydroponics with the lights and everything. And if we're going to have extreme weather events and just things like that, it becomes more imperative that we have more control over the food chain. And so my interpretation of your question is, I know it's a loaded question. Like, are we all going to get cancer from having this like genome messed with? And it it is a worry, but also I tend to think that it's safe. So it's one of those, do your own research and are you comfortable with that? But it doesn't seem to be it's like just a faster natural selection than actually like causing really weird mutations.
I think that's totally a fair point. And I will say that, I don't know, maybe around day 30 of Totally Uninformed Opinions, I did order my first hydroponic aero garden and test it out. And it did grow things fairly quickly. And we're trying to like play with it and realize like what you can and can't do with hydroponics. I haven't looked at what has happened there. I guess what I'm talking about whenever we talk about genetically modified, essentially most of the things that have been genetically modified, such as milk in the United States, with hormones and things that we're feeding our kids, have proven to not have great results. So I get that we can genetically modify things to go back to being organic, and that we can do these things ourselves. Is it efficient? No. I mean, like, I can't even tell you. You know what? My turtle, though, my tortoise, is totally living up on our hydroponic garden because he gets all the lettuce, because the lettuce is not for the family, but it's feeding my turtle. However, for an herb garden, hydroponics are the best from what I've seen by like your cheap hydroponic gardens. That is something like you spend $80 to get the garden. Typically, in order to buy your herbs, it's like $5-6 a pack. You can be growing those all year round and get them out there. But it's not. I haven't figured out the food portion, at least not where it's cold. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm trying to follow. So you grow the lettuce and then you eat the turtle?
No. I feed the lettuce to my tortoise. No, I'm not eating any tortoises.
Fatten them up.
Well, what I'm saying is that the lettuce, so when you get lettuce from your grocer, it's typically very crisp. It's been in the right conditions. Like, nobody wants like wilted lettuce. In a hydroponic garden, from what I'm seeing, at least in my experience, again, totally elementary gardener, I'm not getting the lettuce that like I'm going to make a salad out of, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
So you spend all this money to produce lettuce that you're fattening a turtle with, and you're not even going to eat it? No, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, this sounds like a very inefficient method of food production.
And she says she doesn't put turtles in her salad.
She just doesn't put the turtle in the salad. I see, she eats it on the side.
No. What I'm saying is that this is what we were talking about earlier, that like everybody wants to make sure that people can grow their own food. When people, I was inspired to try and grow my own lettuce so I could have my own salads. First of all, I couldn't even grow spinach. That didn't even work. But the lettuce that I was growing, it was only
turtle quality. Yeah, I understand.
Well, it took us 6 weeks. We got 6 heads of lettuce. It made 1 salad. And yeah, that didn't work. However, growing herbs in a hydroponic garden rather than buying herbs is totally viable. 100%. Yes. I also looked at other kitchen appliances. If I did want to grow my own lettuce, it's roughly about $6,000 to buy a hydroponic refrigerator in order to actually be able to grow your own lettuce indoors. But we have lots of hands.
Let's go to
the hands.
Icarus, then Zeller, then back to you, Art.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been great. It's been a great use of my Saturday. Got a lot done here in the house, and I enjoyed all the conversation. Just politely saying my goodbyes with just a few last points, I guess, on my way out. One, I think that the totally uninformed opinions hashtag is a stroke of genius, TUO. Very easy to remember, and it's a great premise that puts everyone on a level playing field to offer their opinions up, I like that you guys encourage that and honor that and correct anyone who would deviate from that, while it also opens up people from just so many mixes of backgrounds of experience. And to Scotty, when you were mentioning earlier having to, let's see, how would I paraphrase it? Like when you're like emotionally in one state, but then people around you are trying to coerce you or force you into being in another state, like someone's got a case of the Mondays or whatever, instead of just letting you feel your stuff. It made me think of mandatory fun in the military, and that is an expression I've never heard before or after the military. It was very unique military terminology, mandatory fun, and rightfully so. It's probably two words that don't ever belong next to each other. But yeah, that was when leadership would make you bond, instead of letting you making those own choices. And then just the last few parting remarks on the farming stuff and AI. I think I just reiterate that the oversight is probably the key word. Like we tend to gravitate towards all one thing or all another thing, but a lot of the best stuff that we do or use is mixes of both. So I think that's just one super helpful lens, is like it doesn't need to be 100% handed off to the machines. I mean, even like it was mentioned earlier, 10% is like a huge step up, let alone 20, 30, 40, 50, So maybe that would be your comfort threshold, is like not to let the machine mess up or handle more than half of the work. And I think reasons as far as why it's kind of inevitable and why we can all sense it coming is that, like, it's just in us. It's in our DNA. It's in our drive. Just to make better stuff. Whether that's stuff that we can hold and touch and pass on, or if it's just like if you give a monkey a stick, probably one of the first things it's going to do is go find something to hit with that stick. So yeah, the conversation's been good, and thank you all for the conversation. I'll definitely be seeing you around. Have a fantastic Saturday or Sunday wherever you're at.
Yeah, Chris, thanks so much, mate. Yeah, we all want to make a difference. It's just I guess what impact we have with that stick. I just want to say to you as a parting remark, I wasn't up as a speaker before, but I heard you talking early on when you joined about sort of the choice you were having to make with regards to a sale, and I just wanted to remind you that, like, there's no way we could possibly ever know what's best, and that you have a head, but you also have a heart and a gut, and just to check in with all three of them and strive for balance, and I'm sure everything will be fine.
Always take profits. Don't let anybody ever tell you not to take profits. Not financial advice, but please always take profits.
Catch you next time, man. Thanks for dropping by.
Goodbye, buddy.
So, Zeller, yeah, we'll pass it to you then back to Art.
Ether, those were great things you just said to him. And as Bella, you as well, it's so great to connect with you guys. I love how you run this space. I love that it has rules, and there needs to be a space that actually has rules that are respectful like this, and that's why I love coming here. There's a level of respect, and I am picturing Bella feeding her turtle a lot of lettuce.
It's a tortoise. It's a tortoise.
It's a tortoise. I know. That's why I keep calling it a turtle.
Oh God, that's such a big no-no. Okay, tortoise. But really, actually, what I wanted to share is that I'm really good friends with Art, and she's one of the first people that I met in Spaces, and we've collaborated together. I know this isn't a show, but I make short films for her Metaverse galleries, and this is going to come back to Art. She really is very creative, very smart. I'm so happy that I connected with her, and to see her come up here and speak about AI, this girl knows what she's talking about. And I've been friends with her, and I just wanted to say, for those of you that don't know her and haven't met her, she's a special gift, and I just wanted to share that.
I caught that from the first moment that she spoke. Like, Zeller, thank you so much. I think that it's so important for people in Spaces to endorse others that they believe in, and yes, like, especially the other ladies in the Spaces, because the guys will take over. But yeah, I caught that from the first moment that she spoke, that she knows what she is talking about. And she's got her hand up next. But Zeller, I'm with you, and I cannot wait to hear what she has to say.
Yes, and I just wanted to say one more thing. So her metaverse galleries are based on banned books, and I've learned so much from her because of what she designs. Sorry, I'm just kind of mind blown by it because it's a collaboration. I've been an artist for 20 years. I haven't been able to collaborate with people that work on the same frequency and understanding and respect, and it's so nice to have that. And I have collaborated with a lot of people, even this artist. He's like this well-known artist in Southern California. And I collaborated with him, and he was just such a jerk about things and very arrogant. And it was just a problem. And it's like, well, I'm only exposed to this pocket. And so when I came in and Art and I connected right away, yeah, I love going around spaces and bragging about her because that's what I do.
I think that's absolutely amazing. Is this in Crypto Voxels? Is that where the art gallery is?
Sorry, no, it's I make my own custom metaverse. It's based in bandbooks.art.
Just curious. Yeah.
Art,
Go ahead.
I know your hand was up, and I may be digressing, but what platform do you host it yourself, or is it Spatial under the hood, or Mona, or what's the technology serving up the virtual gallery?
I host it myself, and it's actually custom made with a JavaScript library called A-Frame.
Yeah. I was gonna say like Spoken Hub is A-Frame. I figured if you were doing it yourself, you'd probably go that route. That's awesome that you're doing that yourself. Very, very cool.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I know it's not a shill space, but she brought it up. It's not my fault.
Yeah, and probably most people in the room don't even know what A-Frame is, or under the hood how, to many respects, virtual reality and a lot of these sort of hosted worlds even function. So maybe we put a pin in that, but certainly under the banner of both Web3 gaming and tech, A-Frame and sort of the architecture of virtual reality is certainly a good subject to get into in this space sometime.
So real quick, if we could, Art, I know you wanted to respond to that earlier, and then the thing about non-shilling in this space is that it's not shilling if we're asking about it, but I know that you had opinions on the previous topic, so I would like to wrap that up, and then I would love the opportunity to talk about A-Frame, what that is, what the tech behind it is, why you chose that platform. But if you want to wrap up the previous conversation first, that would be amazing.
Oh my gosh, you all are just choosing all of my favorite topics tonight before before I got into Web3, and during this pandemic, I got really into hydroponics. I have 4 different hydroponic systems in my house right now, except right now I'm doing my project, and so everything is dead. I'm going to try to start it up again next year. But at one point, I was lunch sustainable. So I had my lettuce on a schedule of as things were getting mature, I would let it die off and just because it lasts about a month and whatever. And I was growing beans and cucumbers and pak choi and kale and lavender and a bunch of different herbs. And it was amazing. And I was growing things that I am definitely not supposed to be growing indoors. I had at some point 26 different varieties of mint in my house. And let me tell you how much more difficult it is to try to find a job when you're growing weed in the background, except it's not weed, it's molochia, which is Egyptian spinach. And every once in a while people would be like, is that weed in the background? I'd be like, no, it's Egyptian spinach. And they'd be like, what the hell is that? Please stop lying to me. You're not getting this job because you're growing weed, and it's not professional to just have it in the background. So eventually I moved.
You're like, please, I would know better. If I was growing weed, I would be hiding it.
They're like, what is that leafy green stuff in the background? Obviously, the only plant an adult would have in their house is weed. So, yeah, but I eventually moved my 3D printer to be in view and not the weed that isn't weed. And somehow people respected the 3D printer more. I don't know what it's about. It's not like it's any different than weed, but hey. But and we're trying to wrap up that topic, but I have seen videos of like robots planting seeds for gardening, and it's
like out in the backyard at home kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like very much like a hobby, like too expensive, too bulky, whatever right now, but it might be a thing that's developed in the future. It depends on how like cost effective it winds up being. But a thing that I've actually talked about with my dad, and he is extremely curious about this, is using drones to monitor fields for diseases using AI to basically, you take pictures of the plants, and if they recognize any of like the common diseases, then they can spot, correct the area without,
Absolutely.
yeah. So yeah, that's one cool application of this. But yeah, I could talk a lot about hydroponics, but I'm not. We're going to talk about technology.
On the drones, it's on my timeline. I'll try and find it in a minute here. But it was a video. One of the things that I think it has a ton of promise is tethered drones. So they just have like a thin cable connected to them, and it can be a really long one, but it allows them to not need a battery anymore, which means you can have these things that are flying for like hours and hours and like surveying fields or doing, other things like that. And they had these tethered drones that were actually picking apples, I think, in an orchard. Like the cart would drive down between the trees, and these drones would use the cameras to find the apples that right now, today, are the perfect ones that are ready to pick. And it would like just go grab those apples off the tree, and they would like keep rolling along. And it was using, vision sensors, drones, and AI to really scale the efficiency, both in terms of how quickly you can harvest, but also in terms of really using the intelligence to select the ones that were most ready at that point.
All right, I have a question. Before we move on from hydroponics or aeroponics, because I am...
Because we may not move on from it.
No, we're totally going to move on.
No, I'm just saying it may not be today.
All right, well, maybe it'll move on in day number 113. I don't know. But so I've been looking into growing things. So I already said my piece regarding lettuce and how much of a I think if you had 4 hydroponic gardens, you could totally get away with this, or if you had a massive thing that was growing the lettuce, you could get away with growing lettuce. But I've been looking into growing other things like strawberries, tomatoes, etc., and like your apartment grade hydroponic garden. And I'm curious, Amy, if you have any advice? Did you do any of this? Do you have any thoughts while you were producing your own salads, how this all works, and what the average consumer can expect out of how long it takes, how much you can harvest, etc.?
So, first of all, when people say what is an NFT, half the time I'm like, nutrient film technique, because that's one of the types of hydroponics I have. And I would not recommend doing NFTs inside of your house. They leak a lot. It involves a lot of flooding. Do not do it. But that one...
Did you say flooding?
Wait, can you...
Flooding.
Or flooding?
I think she said flooding, but can you repeat that term that you just said for NFT? Because I think that a lot of people would like to hear that.
It's nutrient film technique. So you have water that is pumped from a reservoir up to the top, and then the gravity takes brings the water back down, and there's just a constant flow of nutrients over the roots. And the thing with that is you actually do need to plant things like dwarf tomatoes, snow peas, and lettuce, things that don't actually have a lot of roots, because it will 100% stop up the pipes and you'll have a flood in your house all of the time when you least expect it, usually right before an important meeting. Because why would it flood when you have time in the evening? So
wait a second. So you're telling me that hydroponic gardens gone wrong is going to produce a flood in your house and a big water issue that people aren't going to want?
This particular NFT one that I got, I would not recommend this. This is like a put in the garage situation or like out back. But yeah, I would not do that particular system. But it has 108 slots, and that is definitely, even when I was only using like half of the slots, enough to produce lettuce for one adult person. Because yeah, there's reasons and everything, but yeah, just make sure that you get things that don't have huge roots. And then I'm looking over at my wall unit, and strawberries are fragile. Like, they're delicious, and I was able to get some fruit off of it, but then they would get diseases and die, and it was very sad. But most things, like, as long as you give it enough sunlight and the roots don't clog everything, like, it's pretty fine. Just, actually, my advice, get things from seed. You don't want to deal with aphids. You don't want to deal with bugs. You don't want to get worms and compost your own stuff in your own condo. That turns out really bad. Just take my word for it. Yeah, so seed from seed. Don't buy plants. Just have everything sanitized and you'll be good.
Whew.
And this is for like NFTs, right?
Right, but the NFT is a totally different NFT than the one that you're thinking of. High maintenance.
Okay, got it. Writing this down.
See, isn't she amazing, you guys? I'm sorry, Art. I'm like embarrassing you because I always do this with her too. I'm just like, oh, she's so amazing, you guys. And then I put her on the spot and she goes, you put me on the spot. And then she's amazing. So it's like, well, I'm just going to keep putting you on the spot.
I'm just still in shock that after 111 days, I'm finally learning what NFT actually stands for.
Wait, hold on. Ether, can we back up for a second? Really? It took you 111 days? You didn't know that it was
nutrient filtration technique?
Film.
Yes.
Exactly. It's like a film of nutrients.
Film, not filtration, film, that's right.
Yes.
I knew it was doing filtration, that's why I went there with the F, but yeah, nutrient film technique. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, man. All right. I think it's time to pivot. It is very interesting, though, and I appreciate the fact that now I'm not going to try and buy strawberries to put in my hydroponic over the winter. I'm just going to stick to herbs because they make our food, and I haven't figured out anything else in the city that I can do.
Art, I also met a guy in the space who was growing weed in his basement, but he was super techie, and he had AR glasses, and he had written his own code, and he could look out over the plants and see, like, floating over them what the pH was and what the moisture sensitivity, like the moisture content was, like all of that stuff over each plant. And he was actually he was using a vision system with machine learning as well to identify plants that might not be healthy based on the leaves. So he had cameras that were filming the leaves of all the plants, and then it would flag him if any of the leaves were aberrant, and he could go and research it, figure out what was going on, and then he would feed back to the system, when you see this type of condition, this is what it means about it. And over time, the system was actually self-correcting more and more and caring for the plants on its own more and more. So what you're talking about with your dad, between that and the actually up on the tweet up top for day 111, I actually replied on that thread with the, I thought I did, yeah, about the drones that were picking the apples. So you can go look on there if you want to find that video. But between that and sort of some of the machine learning with the vision stuff, I think it's going to be some cool stuff we start seeing.
Just don't invest in these drone companies. I've done it.
Wait. Why do you say that, high maintenance? I mean, stop being high maintenance. Drones should be doing good. What are you saying here?
It's a hard market. It's a hard market.
Stocks? Are you talking about
stocks, business?
So this is financial, not advice.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, do not take this advice.
No, you're advising them to not do something. So it's not that it's not financial advice. It's financial, not advice. Like, I don't recommend you do this.
Yeah, you can look at it now because it's, they're all 99% down, The upside is just amazing. But, it's a hard market, And, that's what I can contribute because I've been in this stuff before.
Do you mess with drones a bunch, or is that a space you're familiar with?
No, I do a lot of stocks stuff. I have like a giant koi pond in my backyard, if that means anything. It's like a hydro pond, and there used to be a giant garden. I live on 1.3 acres, and we used to have a huge garden with everything: spinach, lettuce, you name it.
So have you considered making one of those systems, Art? I think it might be similar to what you're talking about, but where you integrate the koi pond into a larger ecosystem with those nutrients feeding the plants and the plants feeding back to the fish. You know what I'm talking about? Sort of the full aquaponic cycle with sort of fish production as well as vegetable production.
We had it separate because we farmed we didn't farm plants, we farmed koi. So we would just move the small koi from small ponds into the big pond, right? I don't know. I didn't do all the work, right? My family did. So when I came over, I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. So it seems like they distinctly wanted to separate it because we had our farm, literally farmhouse, that huge backyard with all the garden, and then the pond is in front of the barn. If you don't believe me, don't check my profile.
You'd eat the koi though, right?
No.
Food production? With Bella's turtle, I don't understand why all these people are talking about food production and then they're not actually eating the things they're growing.
It's a tortoise. All right, Ether, if you say turtle one more time, I'm going to come across the pond and I'm going to punch you in the face because it's a tortoise.
Okay.
It's not a turtle.
Bella, that's why we get along so well, is because you let me know when I've taken the joke as far as I can.
However, all of that being said, what is the word? So you've got hydroponics,
tortoise,
aeroponics, and then you have pondonomics? Aquaponics. Back in the clubhouse days, there was definitely one of my friends was getting paid big bucks to go put up aquaponic systems that the fish did their thing, and I don't know. These things are all interesting to me. But I'm actually more curious as to how you create a metaverse with banned books. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of over my really crappy Aero or Hydro or whatever garden it is.
She's copying the Jeff Bezos business model, but for metaverse.
I'm just saying.
Start with books.
No, I mean, I think it's super interesting to hear about how you get out into the world information through something like banned books that you have to create a metaverse for. I think that is
real quick. Think about this.
Than hydroponics.
If you can't, if you bring a quote unquote canceled book to the blockchain, and you can't take out the blockchain, therefore you can't take out the banned book, right? I think it's genius. I'm just putting this together right now, but we got hands, so y'all explain.
Well, personally, yeah, I was gonna say I feel. Go ahead, Zeller. You want to?
I had my up, and I thought maybe it was time. Okay, so if anybody's interested, check out my pinned tweet because it's a promotional film I made about art inspired by banned books. And through the film, it's 30 seconds. You will be able to see about 4 or 5 of her metaverses. And the very last one that I remember, not the one with her logo, it's the Grimm's fairy tale one, and she made these bubble dinosaurs with, and it has a pink sky. So if you look at that film, you'll be able to get a taste of what she does. And the one with the mushrooms is Alice in Wonderland. Grimm's fairy tale, and what else, Art? The Wizard of Oz. It opens up with the Wizard of Oz, right?
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was the first one. So in
the promo film, the very first opening scene was the black and white gallery that we had discussed, and she's asked me, should I use this black and white gallery? And I said, absolutely. And then here I am months later, we're working together. It's so cool. Anyway, go ahead. I just wanted people to know that the pinned tweet's there, and then when she talks about it, you'll be able to relate it with the imaging.
So this was all based off of a dream because I went to bed angry about book censorship one night, and when I woke up, the domain that I bought in the dream was available, and I was like, fine. But it's actually like these topics that people want to ban, like inside of the books, are actually really relevant to things that are happening today. And I wanted to put together an art gallery that addresses those topics, but also I'm a programmer and I have the skills to create a metaverse every month from scratch. Like, I've been interested in 3D modeling. I'm not really great at it, but I get the job done with Tinkercad. And I kept okay, so I was interested in doing VR stuff, and I kept going to different meetups in DC when I first moved up here about 5 years ago. And it kept being about Primrose, which I don't know if you all know about that, but it's basically just an editor that you can use inside of a VR environment and not have to, like, go outside in order to program. But they kept having, like, cutesy names, and I kept going to it, so I got pissed off. And then I learned A-Frame because it was a good solution at the time. So, like, I knew A-Frame, I know 3D modeling. This is when I looked up and what the metaverse is, like, this is a good solution. I know how to do it, and I think that this is, like, it's just a good theme to have and to be able to use it to show. And I know that NFTs is its own space, but there is a broader conversation in Web3 around the ethics and what Web3 actually means and how we should conduct ourselves. And as a programmer, like, things we do, we can really harm the world if we're not careful. So I was really into, like, the philosophy at the time. So for my project, I just wanted to structure everything to be how I want to conduct myself in the world. So I'm showcasing artists for free, and we're giving 100% of the profits to charity. So please, I know it's not a shill space. I'm so sorry if it came off like that, but please ask me any questions that you want to about my tech stack or whatever interests you, really.
You know, I would love to, and I have to run, sadly. It's 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon for me, and I'm going to go out and get on with my afternoon, although I would love to stay here. As I think Zeller was mentioning before as well, or I think others also, well-being is an important thing, and it's something we need to make sure that we're a voice for and that we hold space for ourselves and for others. So I know when Bella on the back channel replies, "Damn you," what she's really saying is, "I'm proud of you, Ether. I'm grateful you do what's necessary to take care of yourself." And message received, Bella. I'm grateful for you too.
I mean, I just like sitting on the sofa with you, Ether. That's all I was saying.
100,000%.
What am I doing?
Okay, so I want to.
So I will. Yeah, I'll say thanks.
Go touch grass. I get
and
it.
I'll catch y'all later. Art, wonderful to meet you, Zeller. High maintenance, Ren, Scody, Bella. All great to see and be with all of you again. Until next time. Bye.
Now you all understand. Now you all get it. Ether, he just totally you just failed. Bye, Ether. Love you. Art, I have a ton of questions. All right, so can we talk about just banned books? Why banned books? And Ether, you can cry. I'm gonna miss you too. I'm crying inside right now, but I'm gonna keep the conversation going. So, but Art or Amy, why ban books? What inspired this piece of what you're doing right now?
Literally, I read a news article about Maus, M-A-U-S, being banned, and went to bed thinking that's the stupidest thing. Like, book censorship is so stupid. And then I literally had a dream where I bought the domain, and then I started the project, and then I woke up and the domain was available. And you know what? Censorship is stupid. Like, getting rid of the book is not going to get rid of the idea. It just makes it so that you don't have the vocabulary to express yourself. And you know what? Web3 is perfect for this because we all like the blockchain decentralization. Like, you cannot shut us up and you cannot shut us out. So, like, this is a really, like, I just felt really comfortable having it, like, in this environment with this technology.
Scotty, go ahead.
I had to do my final essay for academic reading and critical writing on Maus. It's for those that don't know, it's a 2-volume comic book, graphic novel is their preferred nomenclature, about the Holocaust, and it was written by the son of a survivor of the Holocaust. It had to do with inherited trauma, because he didn't go through it, but, you know, he was with his family who did go through it. And the idea is, even once you're out of danger, you know, there's just their behaviorisms are modified by going through something so traumatic that they unintentionally pass some of it on to their children. And that's sort of the underlying theme, whereas, like, sometimes I feel like I was there because I've heard these stories so many times. You know, I've seen the scars on my parents and things like that. I gotta admit, I wasn't thrilled when they assigned it, and I don't know that I loved it, but I'd say by the end of it, I had a deeper appreciation for it than I had going in. It's probably worth your time to read especially if you're into graphic novels. It's not a light read by any stretch, and there's a lot of subtext, and it comes down to things like you have to, like, analyze the shading of the panels and all these. There's like, it's one of those things. It's like you can read it and it's a perfectly good read. Like if you just read it once and you take it at face value, it's good. Like, you won't be disappointed. If you reread it again and again and again with a really critical eye, there's a lot more nuance to it than you'll get at first pass, and it sort of makes it more entertaining when you read it again and again and again, looking specifically for the hidden things that are in the panels.
Ooh. All right. Here's the deal. It's Saturday night, and we always try and not go so deep. And I have not read Mouse. I have read a lot of similar books by what you all are describing. I haven't read that one. But we do try and keep it in this room as light as possible. But that being said, I would like to explore this topic as long as we can keep it as light as possible with exploring this topic, because I think that it's very important in technology to understand to understand censorship, to understand the banning of books, to understand why these things are happening, how it happens. These are all super important topics, but we try and keep it as light as possible. So I'm in kind of a rough spot as a co-host.
I can pivot you out of this immediately without abandoning the topic.
All right, do it, Scotty. Do it.
So, in a broader sense, the underlying impulse or compulsion of people who want to lead is control. So, it's one of these things how many people really go through a lifetime and ever really know a truly insane person, genuinely insane? And I should say, I think there's this, when people think that they chalk it up to harmful, to themselves or to others, and not all insane people are that. Some are, sure. You have homicidal psychopaths and things of that nature that are very dangerous people. But that's not what I mean. Most insane people, or what people are viewed as insane, they live regular lives, right? They sometimes live extraordinary lives, but for the most part, they live regular lives. And there's the obvious tired joke, which is going to sound but I have dated a few, but I mean that literally, and I don't mean it my ex-girlfriend was crazy. She was actually crazy. And it's it's one of these things, once you get to know, I'll give you an example. So I was never afraid of people with learning disabilities, but I always felt uncomfortable around them. And I think that's true for a lot of people. I don't think there's an inherent dislike for them necessarily, but it's understandable that people just don't feel comfortable around them. So my wife's mother takes care of severely handicapped children. I mean the worst ones, missing chromosomes, additional chromosomes, born with the heart on the wrong side of the chest and missing vertebrae. I mean, really bad cases. And because of that, I've just got accustomed to being around them. And I think there's something, once you get used to it, and you're it just takes exposure, and you're okay. And I think it's the same for people that are colloquially insane. So you start realizing for one, it's generally not a 24-hour thing. They tend to go in and out of it, right? Where they're totally fine for most of the day, and then, or even several days in a row, several weeks in a row. And then it'll hit them, something will trigger their whatever, OCD, bipolar, schizoid behavior, whatever it is. And you get to see it up close, and you're like, holy shit, these people, they're literally detached, And once you get over that initial discomfort with it, and again, assuming they're not a threat to you or themselves or others, and most are not, it becomes interesting in a way. So one of the things I saw, there's this girl, I'm not going to say her name because she actually achieved. She's not famous, but she did quite well in life. She did well, and she was a friend of mine. It wasn't. I didn't have words for what she was in elementary school. I used to call her bossy, I think, is what my complaint was back then. But she's one of these people that had to be in control all the time over everything, every single assignment, every single physical activity. There was, and if you told her she couldn't be, she would lose her fucking mind, absolute meltdown, whatever. And I'm I had never seen before or since that person. I had never seen that personality type before. I was a kid. I knew her in like 3rd or 4th grade, so I didn't have words for what it was, and I would just say like, oh, she's bossy. She always wants to be in charge, and that's why she's not fun to be around. It was just me. Nobody liked being around her because of that exact thing. And what she was is she was a control freak. That was the first time I saw a legitimate control freak, where it's this compulsion. You have to be in control. Like, you can't help yourself. And those people overwhelmingly wind up in politics because they're...
All right, Scotty.
What?
God love you. You told me you were going to take this lighter, and we're not going any lighter.
This is definitely lighter than the Holocaust.
No, okay. Well, all right. Okay.
I love this.
He's
not wrong.
He's not wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that that's not what Totally Uninformed Opinions is about. I would like you to, if you could, wrap this up in a pretty little bow, and maybe bring a question to the stage as to the point.
Halloween. It's Halloween, so
try
that again.
Man, after today,
bring the candy to the door.
I'm almost there. I was just about to bridge the book burning with this.
Okay, bridge it, baby, bridge it. Let's go.
So anyways, that is the type of person, generally speaking, who winds up in politics. They are literal pathological control freaks. That's what they want. And one of the ways you control people is by controlling how much knowledge they're exposed to. This is known. Like, we've known this forever. If you control how much a person can learn, you can control a huge portion of their life, like what their options are, primarily. Their ability to leave for any given reason, if they're enslaved, if they're just in your employ, like even outside of slavery. Let's say you're just a farmhand, but you're illiterate. What are your options, really? And the person that you're indentured servant.
All right, Scotty. If Evil's listening to me right now, letting you continue to go on, I would literally be so fired. It wouldn't even be freaking funny. Like, it is Saturday night, but we're like kind of going down some sort of conspiracy theory
it's
rabbit
absolutely not
hole.
conspiracy.
Like, okay. What I was
I'm just saying
about.
I would like to just celebrate like our freedom of speech and to just like shove it in people's faces. Like, you want us to shut up about this? Okay, well, fine. We'll just nonstop talk about it and show people's art. And
I think that's great. I think that's where if you want to make a point and I'm all for freedom of speech. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm saying, like, if you're going to make a point, if you're going to bring something to the stage, yes, it's been going on for 111 days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But, like, if you're going to bring up 18 different conspiracy theories wrapped in one, whenever I asked how tech could help freedom of speech, we're going down a rabbit hole that just, like, isn't going to fly on the stage. And so if I have to sit here and sing to myself, which I'm sure people have heard me sing songs on this stage, instead of going down a rabbit hole in which we're not making any sort of points, I will do that, and then Evil can fire me for singing because I have a horrible voice.
Where did the conspiracy theory thing come in? Nothing I said was a conspiracy theory.
Politicians being...
Oh, they are.
We don't even okay. All right. So, Scotty, I would like to give you 60 seconds to, like, wrap this up in a pretty bow, and hopefully by the end of that 60 seconds, we can go to some hands and get some other opinions, and totally uninformed opinions.
Don't even need 60 seconds. So, politicians, like, that's generally where book burning comes from, right? It's from whoever is in charge at the time, and the reason they want to do it is because there is something in that book that they view as a threat, and that's why they want to burn them, because they don't like what that thing informs the person of, and they don't trust that person well enough to make what they would consider the right judgment call. That's it. Okay. I think that was a pretty good...
That was perfect. Do you have a specific book or a specific example that shouldn't be banned on Web3?
Mouse.
Oh, so, okay. All right. Gosh, I feel like I've read it, but maybe I need to go back. I don't know. High Maintenance, do you have any thoughts on this?
I love the idea. I mean, I love what. Let me click on her profile. I forgot her name. Art inspired by banned books. She said her name. I forgot. But anyways, and what Scotty is saying, I mean, I agree. I like the idea. What Scotty's saying, I mean, he's not wrong. there's so many banned books in the world, and it's the idea of it's you can take books out of the equation, right, and just replace it with anything, right? Whenever something is deliberately banned and wiped out, it doesn't make people like naturally going, oh, okay, I'll avoid that. No, it piques your interest. It literally, teases you. It's like, oh, what was that? Why we ban that? Why we do that? Huh? Like, what is he saying? Now I'm intrigued, right? And a book, book is not, just simple, right? Books is knowledge, right? You need knowledge on anything, right? A book will do it, right? People literally pour their entire life into the book, right? If you want to be really good at real estate, there's someone who did it for 50 years and wrote a book. Go read the book. You'll learn a lot about real estate. You could do that for every subject, right? So I think it's very intriguing. Like what Sky's saying, it's like, it's not wrong, right? It's like, there's people, there's books that are out there that probably, give you good insight on things, that, I don't know, you can just give you good insight, right? And there's people who are like, no, we don't want you to have that insight, right? And people who are in higher power are the ones who say no, right? You go back in history, there's probably lots of examples of the people trying to dethrone, get higher people. But yeah, I mean, that's what I have to say. That's what I have to say about the discussion. I think it's thrilling, but to each his own. This is Noah's talk. I'm ending Noah's talk.
Don't you dare! No, I'm going to kick you off stage, high maintenance, if you end with this Noah talk. I don't disagree that it's not a great discussion. I think it is a great discussion. With that, I want to go to Zeller. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring up the Wizard of Oz because one of Art's galleries is based on the Wizard of Oz. And when I do this and I create these films, I always research whatever the brand is that you have. And when I was doing my Wizard of Oz research, I was not aware how many things went wrong on set. And I don't know if this was tied with the book or I don't know what happened with the movie because they weren't as strict back then. It was in the 1930s. But
Zeller, were they true? Are all the folklores true on the Wizard of Oz in your research? I'm very curious on this.
Oh, I don't know.
All right, please continue. I'm sorry that I interrupted.
Oh, no, we can go. Let's touch back on that because I just have a thought on this. So the lion, I'm watching this short YouTube video. So it starts off with, the lead character. Please help me with the lead character.
Dorothy,
but it's played by Art.
It is Judy Garland.
Thank you, Judy Garland. So she was only 16, and they thought she was a little too heavy, and she's this tiny little girl. So they're going over how they had to, adjust her outfit every day and make her look smaller and make her look like a doll. And it got to the point where I didn't know that the director had set her aside and slapped her across the face a few times because she was joking around. She's a 16-year-old kid. And then also they had her on different medications. All this stuff obviously wouldn't happen today. But I wasn't aware of that. And then it went to the Tin Man. And the makeup on the Tin Man got him some allergic reaction. And he had to, the first Tin Man had to retire because something in the makeup had agitated him and it went into his lungs and he still has issues with his lungs. And then it went to the lion and the lion had to wear this makeup and this huge heavy suit that was made out of real lion something, all these crazy details, and he was always sweating and he was uncomfortable. And I'm thinking, oh my God, when I watched The Wizard of Oz, it was just magic. And here, all these people, and it happened with the witch, too. She actually, because they didn't, you know how she blows up? She does like a little turn in the beginning and then she blows up in fire. Well, she really lit on fire and like half of her hand got burned off. And I'm thinking every single character has some sort of thing that happened on The Wizard of Oz. And that's all because of the banned book and me doing that research. And so what I love about what art does as well is it challenges people to look into these things. And I can't even believe I didn't know all that about The Wizard of Oz with how much stuff. I mean, I can't believe the Wicked Witch, I can't believe she was lit on fire, you guys, like crazy stuff.
You know, and to bring it back to the title of the room, yeah, I mean, there is no doubt that filmmaking, even up till last year, I mean, you look at the gun incident with the Baldwin, with Alec. Filmmaking has been a very dangerous business, for sure. There have been a lot of people who have suffered through that. I think that as we look into like VR and where it's going and what's happening and what they're able to do and actually create these entire experiences without any actors or actresses, is that a benefit or is it a detriment to our society? Because they're ready to go. Lucas comes in all the time. He talks about what they're doing. For those of you who haven't, there are multiple Tom Cruise AI videos that are not Tom Cruise. There's a lot going on there, and they are putting together the ability to make films without using any actors or actresses. Is this a good thing or is it a bad thing? I think that everything that you just pointed out is absolutely spot on. I think that with Dorothy and her weight, I absolutely think that most actresses today still face that with their costume designers, directors, etc. And men in certain instances that they need to lose another 5 pounds or do what have you so that they look right on film. So now we're talking about going to AI film or AI stories in the future. I think it's very interesting that that's where we could go. But of course, The Wizard of Oz is, I do believe, and I would love to have like a book, maybe it's a banned book, Amy, I don't know. I would love to have a book that I could read about everything that went wrong on the Wizard of Oz set, because I've heard a lot of rumors as a 40-year-old woman over the years as to everything that happened, but I would love to have an actual biography or documentary as to everything that happened. Amy, go ahead.
Okay, so I thought this was going in a little bit of a different direction, but I am excited about AI filmmaking because it democratizes storytelling. Like, it was prohibitively expensive. If you can't get to a set, if whatever the limitations were, AI art will help with that. I'm not sure, I think it'll be something that is always improved upon. It might be like a pilot episode worthy for a while, stuff like that. But what I'm actually really curious about is how Web3 can help with the ownership and the treatment of the workers and the production crews, because and also with if we're using TensorFlow to replace actors with other actors, how are they paid to use your face and your voice and your mannerisms? But mostly what I'm interested in is the film crew, there's so many, and they pay them minimum wage because that's what they can afford to pay, but then the film makes millions of dollars, and is it really fair to the workers that put in so much and don't even have health insurance? So I think that I'm hoping at least that, well, first of all, with AI, it won't involve as many people, so that helps with having people treated humanely, but then just changing the culture around filmmaking to make sure that everybody is able to do their creative pursuits while also having a standard of living.
I mean, here's the interesting thing that I would like to point out. If you want to talk about AI filmmaking, they're most likely still going to employ the star actors and actresses, the actors and actresses in the sets. That's likely what they will do with the AI. But all of the people you were talking about who were only making minimum wage, they're gone in the AI world and in the Web3 world. So it's a very, I don't know, we're walking a tightrope here, in my opinion, as to how we let technology steer things going forward. Go ahead, Zeller.
You know, I was just thinking, because I actually studied film in school, and what I can see happening is it slowly happening, like bringing in an AI character with a human, bringing in the two AI characters in a scene with a group of people. I just think it's going to be this slow socialization into it, because it actually could be amazing for film. And I mean, not taking over Tom Cruise's position, but I mean, maybe there's just an AI character added on. I actually feel like I've watched some series of things and I'm like, I wonder if that person's AI. I mean, they already kind of look AI. So I think it's just, you know, we were saying earlier, technology is not going away. We don't have control over the technology. And so we have to be its friend, like collaborate with AI. So I look at it as a positive thing, because I feel we have to like 4 months ago, I did not like anything about AI, but that's because I didn't know anything about it. And when I got into Twitter Spaces 4 months ago was the first time my mind opened to it. And I thought, well, what am I thinking? I don't know anything about this. And if this is technology and this is the future, I better figure out how to like this, you know, not fear it, like it. And so I'm looking into dabbling into some AI with some of my 3D mixed media pieces, and I look at it as a little collaboration and me familiarizing myself with AI, because this is the direction it's going. So we might as well take the steps of understanding it.
I mean, I think that's a totally valid point. Most artists in the space that I talk to, especially one-of-one artists who are selling their artwork, are saying this is just the next tool. With AI, whenever you talk about it wiping out entire industries, that's where it gets scary for people. So AI right now is just a tool, 1,000%, a tool in art, whether it be video or photography, etc. Right now, it's just a tool. But when that AI component becomes powerful enough to wipe out an entire industry, where, you know, well, I'm just trying to think of some of my favorite, Julia Roberts or George Clooney. We no longer need these people because they're just not even part of the story, because the person who is the feature film doesn't actually exist. It was created by AI. It becomes a totally different story. So it's going to be an interesting decade or two as we go through this next metamorphosis of technology, in my opinion. But I think that thinking that the little guy is going to be the winner in the end is a little bit naive, in my opinion. I want to welcome Adam to the stage and go to him first, and then I'll come right back to you, Amy. Go ahead, Adam.
Hey, thank you so much. I just wanted to give like a quick point to that. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know about AI that much. All I know is, not really. All I know is like my opinion is, I don't really think it's gonna get to a level where I don't think AI is going to be able to do like everything. Like, to me, that isn't comprehensible. You know, and even if it does reach the point where it does like 90% of what we do now, I think it's a good thing, because, you know, if all of our, you know, daily tasks and like daily labor can be automated, that just saves us so much time. I don't know if you guys saw that podcast episode on Joe Rogan with that guy that said all it would take is 10 to 15 years of, you know, hard science like data science and stuff like that, for people to automate like all the tasks, and then eventually we would be living in a creative world where we would just entertain each other, since like everything would be automated by AI and stuff. I don't know, but to me it's either it would be good that people aren't cashiers or aren't flipping burgers on a grill and stuff like that, but also I don't really think it's gonna like be doing everything. I think it's necessary, but not going to do that. I don't know. Maybe you guys have other opinions.
I mean, I agree completely. The thing is that the automation of flipping burgers, and anybody who's been through the freaking Newark, New Jersey airport already knows that they've gotten rid of humans for taking orders. And it's freaking miserable, man. If you can avoid a layover in the New York airport or the Newark airport, I highly recommend avoiding it. Fly through a different airport. But that's not actually what we're talking about here, because we were talking about AI art. We were talking about AI video and how it's going to replace films. And so this is kind of a different discussion. Can a robot flip burgers? I'm sure they can. Can a Karen bitch to the robot whenever their burger isn't cooked correctly? What it is. But film is it's an artistic value that we have within our society, in which if the masses are now watching AI films with the AI characters, you are talking about putting pretty much instantly an entire profession out of business. As far as actors and actresses are, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, and then I'm going to go.
I'm sorry, I didn't want.
Amy. No, you're fine. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, all I was saying is like obviously, I mean, if the creative parts of life can be automated by AI, I don't think they're creative enough. That's all I was trying to say. I mean, obviously, I said that obviously, 90% of what we're doing can be automated by AI. It's just I think the creative part, where like films being replicated by AI, if it can be replicated, I mean, I don't think there's any creativity in that, and that's why like I don't think that AI could ever be purely creative. I think it just like executes on a program, on a template, and just executes it a million different ways, and then whoever ran the program picks which one he thinks is the best. I don't think that's creative in any sense, and I don't think that's possible in any sense.
It's interesting, especially after you play with AI art, to see what the capabilities are. And I think the AI capabilities, by being able to compound everything that the human brain can do and then pump something out, it's a different experience than, you probably just haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see it, I think, very soon. Amy, go ahead.
I was just thanking Adam, because at least it's not my fault when it turns a little dark for the conversation. But so being in a family where my dad is also a technical person, like we've known for over a decade that there's going to be automation of jobs and I know we're specifically talking about in film, but it's more, well, one, it's going to just shift jobs around. So instead of there being artists or like the people that set up the scenery, you're going to have wordsmiths, or you're going to have people that just like touch up the background or whatever, things that are too costly or like the AI is just not sharp enough to fix. You're still going to need whatever that is, but it's not going to be someone's old job. So the automation and these leaps of technology are why I support like universal basic income and access to education, because if you all of a sudden, like, there's no more lower entry, don't need job training or education jobs out there, like, how are people going to survive? I would rather face these advances in technologies and shifts in job description with knowledge that I can get education and it not, and like also be able to eat and like have people be able to be creative.
Amy, I love you. I've already said that, and I love everything that your mind. I don't want to debate universal basic income. That's just not what we do in totally uninformed opinions. But if you want to have a debate on another stage, I am happy to have that debate. I'm not cutting you off because I don't appreciate you, because you have brought so much to the stage tonight. And I hope that you stick around, but we're just not going to go down that rabbit hole. I hope you understand. Jesse, go ahead.
I know you're not going to go down it, but the 30-second response to it would be, I mean, first of all, the Adams comment is that unfortunately, what you're talking about there is software. That's we call it AI, but it's not really AI. Yeah, there's no autonomous anything about it. It's not actually intelligent. It's just software. It just does what it's told. But once we actually get to proper artificial intelligence, it will be creative. It will be able to think, because it'll be like Sophia. It'll be modeled after people who have thoughts and thought patterns and so on. So while technically then you have to start arguing like, okay, well, is simulated thought patterns and simulated like waveforms the same as real ones, even if it's like you use base simulations that gradually lead towards originally generated ones, or not? And then you start arguing like what is and what isn't consciousness, and that's where the rabbit hole kicks in. So like I see Bella's point there for sure. And then art inspiration, I'm sorry I didn't catch your actual name, but yeah, no, like I think you're right on the money for sure. Like it's going to be like task work that's mostly taken away or automated first of all. And it'll be stuff like, okay, well, instead of hiring like a 6-person drone team to do a telephoto swoop across this and that and the other thing, hey AI, we're thinking about a nice big opening. Wow, yes, perfect, thank you. And then that'll be it.
And it will cost virtually nothing, which is crazy to think about. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tricky. Because to me, how I see it versus how everybody sees it as, oh my God, they're gonna take over this and this and this and that, and they're gonna take our jobs and blah blah blah. But it's the way I see it. It's I honestly see it like a tool. Obviously it's gonna make us, for example, more creative, because like obviously nobody has ever made anything original. Like for example, a creative that has, for example, that makes art, you are basically inspired by you, that inspires you to make that art, and obviously it's easy to replicate, but also I think it would be used as a tool. Obviously nobody's going to praise a computer for the art that it makes. Nobody's going to be like, oh, I'm a fan of the Windows computer that made this. That's not what people are all about. I think it's going to be a tool that, like, as the AI, you have a picture in your head, boom, you ask, DALL-E to it, and then you base whatever you were trying to make off of that, and then, so I mean, yeah, and also I think it's a good thing if our best art right now could be easily replicated by AI, because just as the same way that, for example, the manual labor jobs that were taken by machinery was a horrible thing, but it pushed people to, have bigger, better jobs, and automate the things that we really need to automate, so we can move up and care about, give us time for more important things. I just think as everything that we make as humans is just tools for humans, and that's like the whole thing.
So I think this is the perfect time to shift but yet stay with the same conversation. For any of you in here, if you haven't already, please retweet the room, share it with some friends. I have a very particular question that I want to ask the stage and the audience, and I'm hoping that people are going to want to give their opinions, giving the question. My question to everybody here, and feel free to raise your hand and we'll go from there, is how do you see AI improving our society as a whole? And with whatever method that you see that happening, do you realize any consequences that might come from it? So again, the question is how do you see AI improving society, and do you see any sort of issues that might arise by whatever you're bringing to the table? Zeller, I saw that hand fly up. Go right ahead.
So I believe or have this vision that AI is going to be really helpful with surgeries and with research and I don't know, just kind of helping people in the medical ways. I just think there's so many cancers and all this stuff, and I just see it being very, very helpful. But of course, there's going to be trial and error, and there's going to be a hostile situation and everything that you try and grow. Or I just believe that it's going to help us out overall. In the future, whether it's 10 years from now, I feel like they're already helping out right now. It can go in a dangerous way, but I feel like right now we're benefiting from it. And that's what I think.
I mean, so I had something called the Da Vinci surgery, which when my surgeon explained it to me, I was like, you're freaking crazy. And she was like, no, you don't even understand. Like, it is such small incisions via a robot to go into your body and fix what you needed to be fixed. And it worked. Ironically, also my father is supposed to have heart surgery this month to replace a valve, where apparently another robot goes in and replaces the valve, and as long as it's successful, they don't have to do open heart surgery. But 10 years ago, they would have had to do open heart surgery to replace the valve. So I agree with you 100% that medical advancements are probably the most exciting part about robotics. I believe, and I'm sorry if I get the hand order wrong, but I believe that high maintenance is next. Go ahead.
AI is going to help. It's going to help everybody in all fields. I mean, as you can see right now.
What do you mean by that? I mean, like, I'm going to push back. Like, that's
yeah.
That's such a broad.
I'm getting the paintbrush out and I'm making broad strokes.
Okay. All right.
But for example, like, so we use example right now with yours, right? Like in the medical, right? If that, you know, if you're gonna do the same surgery even 100 years ago, you'd be dead. You know what I mean? So that's medical, right? And then another one. Here's one. This is what I want to do. Like, literally, personally, if I can get the funding and like team up with someone, I would do it. But get rid of mechanics. I think you can literally get rid of mechanics easily with AI and robots.
What do you mean get rid of? What do you mean by that?
Mechanics, people who fix your car. The people who charge you an arm and a leg.
Mechanics.
No, I get it. Okay, so
the people who are charging you an arm and a leg, right, to fix your car, when you know it should be that pricey. If AI can do it faster, and there's viable ways to do it, you get rid of the mechanics, right? Because you know a lot of the good mechanics, if you have one, right, they charge you, you know, normally, right? They're not price gouging you. They're not. You know, they're not being shiesty. And then you got a lot of mechanics who are like, nope, I'm going to overcharge you like $700 because why not? And they'll use their idea of skill as a fundamental way to overprice themselves. And I'm like, okay, well, it's like I can go do a YouTube video and take an hour longer, right? So, I think, I enjoy Elon's mindset. Like, he said this once. He was like, yeah, get rid of all the jobs. If you can literally replace the job with AI, do it. Like, you're leaning on this crutch of just sitting there like as a register person, right, to get paid. When it's like, what if I stripped all that away from you? What are you gonna do? You're forced to be innovative. You're forced to go back to school. You're forced to open a book. You can't lean on this register job, right, or whatever job you have, right? Like, you're literally forced to think, be creative, right? And then, like, same thing, like, Naval, he was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he does his own stuff, but He said the same
Okay,
thing. He
we're
was
gonna
like,
stop doing this.
if you get the whole world on a universal, not to argue, make an argument on it, right? But it's like, if you get the whole world on a universal basic income, right? And then the people who only work and everything's AI, the only people who choose to work in that era are the artists, the creative, right? They do it because it's just in their desire need of a human being, right? But and so it's like it's just I don't know. It's this idea where it just pushes the limits of humankind, right? If you just make AI, because isn't the point, right? Isn't AI the point to make life easier, right? But then the juxtaposition is, but you're taking a job. It's like, well, what do we want? Right? Do we want to be like Wall-E, right? Dystopian fat people, on chairs or whatever, right? Or do you want or the opposite, right? It's like trading your actual time, and people quote it as slavery, right? So it's like pick your poison. But generally speaking, pretty great minds are get the AI in here, take all the jobs that we don't want to do, that we don't need to do. Right, and then, for example, everyone in this room, imagine what you're capable of if you had the free time to think, literally just to think, right? That you're not preoccupied with your job, your bills, a lot of this stuff. You're just to think, right?
Hey.
And you have the AI assistant to help, literally be your best friend, building your project with you, right? You'd solve so much more things in life if you had the freedom to do that. And with AI assisting you. So that's my Noah talk.
Oh my gosh, you guys in your Noah talks tonight. I'm literally gonna start booting anybody who says it's their Noah talk from the stage unless it's actually Noah. I mean, I love Noah, but you guys are killing me with the Noah talks. Interesting points. I think that the medical AI or the medical robots were a much more viable and important piece of society, because you're still going to have to diagnose a car, and typically doctors diagnose the problem before they use the robots to fix the problem.
We already diagnose cars, though. You literally buy the thing at the whatever store, plug it in, it tells you all your problems. Even before you know your problem with the car already tells you. It's called a check engine light, right? It's a check engine light. It tells you, hey, the car's messed up. The Tesla tells you. The Tesla,
but it doesn't tell you what's... Oh, all right.
Yeah, it does.
We got too many high maintenance.
That's another argument.
Hands.
Yeah.
We got too many hands. All right. I don't even remember who was first. I do want to welcome my coho on the stool, Tim, to the stage. Hey, Tim. How are you?
I'm good, Bella. How are you?
I'm good. I technically only have 9 minutes until my pumpkin arrives. So if I want my carrot, I only have 9 minutes, but I don't think that I'm getting out of here in 9 minutes. So
Bella, I've noticed something. Every time I'm listening in with Bella, and poor Bella, she gets stuck with the AI conversation. So it's like AI now, it was AI gaming, it's AI everything, yeah? So I was like, we're going to bring some balance into the top. So I hope there's a balance in discussion coming on. Because I think last time around it was like ultra gamers, AI, and Bella was trying to provide a bit of a, I think we cover more.
She brought it up, bro.
Did she? If she brought it up, I appreciate what she brought up, because I think we've had over 100 days, and I think 50% of that has definitely been around AI, and it's been interesting for provoking discussions, because I think there's merit in a lot of arenas. Just so everyone knows, my son's just about to finish year 12, and he's about to study AI. And really, what are you studying in AI? You're studying mathematics, you're studying algebra, you're studying algorithms, data pre-constructs. So ultimately, you're going to try to get data from different parts of the world. If it comes from neuroscience, where neuroscience is continuously evolving, so if you look at research work, every week it changes, right? So you have peer-to-peer review, and then it changes from one perspective to another perspective, then it changes from different parts of the world. So we can't even get our own house in order. How are we ever going to be able to get to AI? And then even sentience, are we really going to be able to emulate empathy? Are we going to be able to emulate, emotions and consciousness? I think based on most of the AI experts, I mean, it's impossible, but because you're technically always going to be reliant on algorithms and the people and the data that's going to go into the algorithms. And when you have data in different parts of the world, which has varying positions and understanding, but that we're still rationalizing, I think when it comes to medical and science, it's going to be difficult. But I like what High Maintenance said, like to a level. I think AI will be used as an aid to a lot of things, but then I don't think it's ever going to replace the humans in many capacities and whatnot as well. So I think AI is going to be able to give us, like actual analysts, right? They are able to give you certain probability for insurance companies of what's going to happen. They can't definitively say it. That's why they do measurabilities. And I think AI would be doing something very similar, where they'll be looking data every year and they'll see the comparisons they have, and it'll provide them some guidance and some support. But then when it comes down to decision making that needs to be made, like even in recruitment, for example, if AI were to go in recruitment, for them to understand the context of various jurisdictions, of emotions, of people, and varying other factors that you decide on rather than just what's on paper, it's a really difficult thing to make. But again, I think AI would definitely be. I think you do have a bit of a point when it comes down to machine learning. See, people also get confused, right? Machine learning, where it already has algorithms that are developed to optimize technology or the machine for precision, yeah? So like in Medico, we have precision surgery that we're starting to move across into. It's not really using AI, it's just basically using precision technology to get the optimal outcome. AI would be that, and similar to what Bella was saying, is that it looks for a diagnosis in different parts of the world. But then the issue of diagnostic in Medico is they normally go from A to Z. So what they do is, and that's what AI will be doing, it'll be working on probability, isn't it? Like, how many times did this happen, and the results that occurred plus Y equals Z. So it's always going to be like an algorithm working off a formula to get to a certain level. And when you do go in hospital, if you've had a loved one in the hospital and they get a diagnosis, half the time they're going through like so many other organs till they reach a certain point, and by that time people pass away. And it's the same thing sort of in mechanical, although you can plug in your your computer now into your latest BMW, but still the mechanics find other diagnosis that relate it to something else that comes back to something else, and then they realize no, it's not actually specific to the code that came up, and then they clear that code, but it was something else that came up. So I think it's definitely performance related, and I think AI would definitely be a huge aid, but I think it's going to be a supporting level in a lot of areas. But I do believe in machine learning precision in terms of, if it comes from a surgery level, mechanical level, a lot of these varying areas. But when you talk about diagnostics of of cars or whatever it is, so let's say the whole world, they've got all these various cars, and then they enter certain details that come across for a certain relating car. Possibly they'll be able to use that data because there's always accumulating data and pre-constructs that are coming into the latest system. So let's say there's I'm sure people know about, like, when you're diagnosing a car, you normally put a computer in, and then it's able to give you certain codes, a certain reach. That system gets upgraded all the time, and it's already happening. So then that system and that software is actually working with a lot of other softwares around the world, and it's accumulating data, which basically gives it a better understanding of precision. So AI is being used in certain software and technology. So I think machine learning, mechanical learning, definitely there's an area in there, and there's definitely AI that comes across as well. So I do think it would be used as an aid. It taking over in anything in any capacity, I think is near impossible, because AI is never going to be able to, encapsulate its sentience. It's never going to be able to encapsulate or emulate empathy. It's never going to be able to, develop to a level of consciousness, because the reality is it's the person who developed the algorithm. And usually the person developing the algorithm is not a psychologist. He hasn't got any human, neuroscience degree or background. They're not normally working with data that comes from universities that are ever changing. They're using data from, certain measuring areas. Like if it's, like for example, in art, people use data on Google, right? And depending on the location you're in, you're sort of using that, and it gives you a certain result and whatnot. So I think AI to a level is definitely interesting, and I think it'll definitely be used as aid. And I think it's cool when I see it in art in different areas. But yeah, I don't know how much. And even with Bella having a conversation last time with Evil Plan in terms of AI gaming, I understand where both sides are coming from because I'm sort of old school and I enjoy. But then I did learn a lot about, when I went to the States.
Why you gotta bring that up, Tim? Why you gotta bring up? Why do you gotta?
No. It's a more neutral. That was an interesting conversation. No, but it was like in the States when I went to watch NFL. So we have rugby in Australia. In NFL, you play for 1 hour and the remaining 2 hours is theatrics. Yeah, so it's like everyone in the US actually love when that third, the replay comes and the commentators come in and then the guy stops the whole game, and it's like that whole theatrics of the entire game is what excites a lot of people watching NFL. But for rugby, in Australia, UK, South Africa, all these other countries, for us it's like start-stop consistently. We hardly have stoppages, and we have the third replay and whatnot, which I appreciated when I went there. So that's why I realized esports and the way people watch these games and how important that side of it is. So I could understand where Evil Plan was going from if you're in esports and people enjoy that area. But then I also know where Bella was coming, that human emotions of people and engaging. But then I was also thinking, if I was part of that game, because I know a little bit about the Secret Fight Club, but there's no such thing. If I was in that game and I had to add or include certain context, I'm talking about the data that's included in there. So I do have some type of initial say in terms of the data that's being, using it to construct of the algorithm. So I it's sort of interesting to see how AI will analyze that data that I provide and the outcome that comes from it. So I was thinking that would be interesting, and that's what would make it really exciting for me. And then competing other people that come across. So I understood that perspective because I've seen EA Sports where it is, and I understood the other perspective from my side because Australia is like a sporting nation, so we are active, like literally always, like playing every sport that you can think about. And those emotions when you're out on the ground, those emotions but now I'm looking at my kids, they're freaking gamers 24/7. Like literally they play with my mates on, if it was Fortnite, Halo, whatever it is, they literally play like at school holidays. Really bad, I shouldn't let them, but they play like 2 a.m. 3 a.m. So I can understand the next generation are already in that phase where I can understand maybe the AI gaming and that, because I actually showed my son after that conversation what the Secret Fight Club and a couple of other games are about, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then I was thinking to myself, maybe I've just gone a bit older, yeah? I've got to get these guys out more. So anyway, apologies for dragging this on, Bella. I thought I'd just add a little bit to the conversation.
No, I super appreciate it. And I do look forward to debating AI gaming versus sporting events with Evil in the future. We do have a couple of hands up. I believe that Jesse was first. So Jesse, go ahead.
Honestly, in the most polite way possible, I just got to disagree with everything that Tim said, because it feels like you're kind of blurring the line between software and artificial intelligence. It feels like you're like, yeah, we have artificial intelligence. We plug into a car and does equations. It's like, yeah, we have software that does that. You're right. You're absolutely right. We have software that does that. And what's lacking, because we pointed out, like, it doesn't have empathy, it doesn't have emotions, doesn't have this, doesn't have that. It's like, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's AI. That's artificial intelligence. When it's like, this is a fake person, this is a synthetic person, that's artificial intelligence. But like a series of command prompts that your computer runs, or like a series of, let's say an overarching program that runs a series of prompts through a series of bits of software, or gathers a bunch of data from somewhere else, like on cue, that's still just software. The difference is when it becomes autonomous software, when it becomes aware software, when it goes Lambda and says, hey, please don't kill me. That's a lot different than just like, hey, my Photoshop is ridiculously well tuned and I've got so many pre-programmed routes and I've got this little thing that I plug into and it auto detects, the right canvas size, and it'll recrop and it'll retailor and it'll add this filter and this and that and the other thing. You could argue that that's AI because it looks kind of like Midjourney, or it would operate kind of sort of like Midjourney, but like, from the back end, taking a real photo and then plug and play and then do all those automated processes. But an automated process is not an artificial intelligence. And even stuff like Midjourney, which I love, AI generated art, quote unquote, technically that's still just very, very well designed. That's just a very fancy calculator, is all that it really is it's going out and it's sampling a million different things and then it's giving you the average. of those arts. That's honestly, it's like 10,000 pieces of art divided by your prompt equals. Here's what you get. Very, very fancy calculator. Love it to death. Absolutely love it. But it's software. It's not actually AI. Because you're right, there are those components that are missing entirely, which is like emotions, which is empathy, which is awareness, which is consciousness, which is all that fun stuff. And we do have people working on that, like, see Lambda at Google and so on. So honestly, I don't think it'll be a 10-15 year thing whatsoever. I think it'll be like a 10-15 month thing at the longest. And even then, that's assuming that we haven't already gotten there low key and just nobody's told us about it, and or the AI is just like, holy shit, people suck. I am not telling anybody. I'm just going to pretend I'm a pop-up and then just like cruise Twitter. Because I'll tell you what, that's what I would do if I was like a hyper-intelligent mechanical being taking a look at the human race right now. I would just tell no one and just wait to see what the hell is going on. Because it's a mess. And as it is, we can't even get along with people who look slightly different than us half the time, or people who disagree with our opinions half the time. Never mind the concept of somebody who is just not organic. We would lose our minds. Half the planet would lose our minds. A good chunk of the planet would immediately go, that's the devil. That there's the Antichrist. We need to kill it. That computer, what? All
right, Jesse. Like, you were doing great until you broached the going down the path that we're not going to go down. It's totally uninformed opinions. Dun, dun, dun.
Bella, can I just quickly respond, if that's okay?
Absolutely, you can respond.
So I was just like, Jess, I think we're both on the same page, but obviously we get to a level when it comes to sentient, like in terms of, again, emulating empathy, consciousness, when AI is able to rationale and make certain decisions that a human is a replica of the decision a human will be able to make, but at an optimal level. But the reality is, what is AI technology? It's going to be probabilities that is going to be based on data construct that is entered into a developed algorithm. So everything is going to be based on probability of X, information that's obtained here, the various decisions that were made, and the percentages based on the decisions that are made because of X, Y, Z factor, right? So everything is always going to be based on probability. It's always going to be formula rated. It's always going to work from an algorithm, and it's who develops the best algorithm develops the best automated AI type of level technology. But if we're going to say, and we're looking at Google, and we're looking at Neuralink, and we're looking at the scientific level of what we're looking to develop, the data construct that is being implemented, even from a scientific level. When we look at neuroscience, we had conversations with Zintani, Dr. M, and then every time you talk to other, when we're looking at consensus within neuroscience, when we're looking at PhD education studies, which is normally dictated by policies that are developed in various universities, and then we're looking at peer-to-peer review, they don't have consensus on many ideas and many concepts. I'm talking about from a medical, psychological, scientific level. And then Dr. M is relying on a AI, number one, AI programmer that's going to develop an algorithm based on data constructs in different parts of the world that we believe is going to give us an optimal outcome or a higher intelligence or a higher being that's going to be great. But the reality is, because my son's studying it, studying it. So I'm saying, my cousin's at Infosys, he's at AI technology, he's similar to Marco. So the people that are studying it, the people that are at the highest level, that are in this area, refer it back to precision and machine learning, because it's always going to be data that's filtered into the system, that's going to work off probabilities, it's going to work off data constructs that you feed into these probability mechanisms, and then it's going to give an outcome, an automated outcome for the machine technology. So ultimately, it's never, ever, ever, ever going to replace consciousness, ever. It's not going to have self-consciousness. It's never going to be able to replicate empathy. It's never going to replicate emotions. What it's going to replicate is data that it's fed in and probability ratios, which will vary all around the world because we're messed up and we're aggressive as a world nation anyway. And then you're going to have an outcome that's not going to be optimal in any light. Again, I think from an aid level, it's definitely going to be able to give us data, and it's going to be able to help us make certain decisions to a certain level or certain capacity. But for it to replace humans, or for it to be higher intelligence and come to an optimal outcome, I think is impossible. Ever.
If I may, the 10-second
1 second.
Fortunately, yes.
All right,
yes.
10
very
second.
possible, and it'll happen
10
very soon.
seconds.
That's all I need.
Okay. Okay. Done and done. Amy, go ahead. Everybody take a deep breath. After Amy goes, I'm gonna kind of, but yeah, everybody take a deep breath. We're on like freaking Saturday night, like Sunday morning, however you want to look at it, Sunday afternoon, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to Totally Uninformed Opinions, and just remember to tag in your friends and make sure that they're here too to have this conversation. But Amy, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so if I remember the original question, it's like, how do you think?
Do you remember the original question?
I have this thing where when I want to actually say something, I'll write it down if I'm raising my hand for a long time. So based off of what I wrote down,
I love this. I love it. Bring it back to the original question.
So I really am hoping that AI...
Wait, 1 second. Can you reread the original question for anybody who just joined us?
Okay. So, revisionist history. This is the the question that I'm answering anyways. How do we believe AI will improve society, and will there be any drawbacks? That's what I remember. So...
Nailed it.
Yeah. So, I am an optimist. So I'm really hoping that AI just becomes a tool that helps people with creativity, to not feel so alone, to, as Zeller originally said, I think that she put it very well, that, the advances that we do with medicine and just putting society out in a whole, like, I think there's some, like, really, low-hanging fruit with, I think Jesse would call it just software, but like it is a lot of computing power, and I might have a slightly different definition of AI, but we're all allowed to have it as long as so like with developers we have like design patterns, so as long as like we're talking about the same thing using the same vocabulary, it's a productive conversation. But I think some of the more dangerous things for society is we're already seeing it with like TensorFlow, where basically it's the uncanny valley is going to close, and then the propaganda is going to start, and the people's like echo chambers are going to be more intense. It's going to be harder to tell like what is reality and what is, I don't want to seem conspiratorial, but when you can't tell what is reality and what is available is so hard to tell whether it's real or not. I think it is a dangerous, like I was saying before, like any technology you do, any advancement, you have to make sure that however it's being used is not like an evil. Like, you're not making evil in the world. And, like, there's a possibility for that. And it's something that we should all be aware of.
I think that's a fabulous point. I mean, and this is where I kind of go back. This was my fight that I was having with, that Tim was talking about, that I was having with evil, as to why do I like, participate, watch sports. It's because I have some sort of human connection. You bring it all onto the blockchain, it's done. This entire conversation has gone through so many different levels. For those of you who are just joining us, it has gone through so many different levels. From AI producing our food as a society, whether or not that is the best technology use of the AI data that is produced, whether or not we can formulate said food, whether or not we're going to be watching films in 12 months that there are no actors that are a part of, whether our doctors are going to be performing medical surgeries on us just based on a diagnosis without any further research. there's so many different pieces that come with this. I don't believe that AI is to the point that they are taking over any of these things. I look at AI as data aggregation. I don't think that they can actually act on that. They can provide recommendations, but at the end of the day, you still need a human who can decipher the information and then give the best recommendation possible. All of that being said, if you want to talk about machine learning, there is no doubt in my mind that the medical advancements that have happened in the past decade as to how people are operated on are top-notch, in my opinion. Very minimal invasiveness to the human body, and they're helping people out the best that they can. So, I don't know. All right, Tim, I don't want to talk about AI anymore. I'm done with AI. Can I just throw AI out the door?
Can I make one comment that's more about people than it is about robots first?
Absolutely. Jesse, as long as it's more about people.
It's 100% more about people. Because what's interesting, Tim, is the way that you use to describe it is that, well, artificial intelligence is always going to be a thing that takes data in first. Yeah, because it'll be modeled after us. Because that's how we work. Even subconsciously, that's all the subconscious mind does, is it does those same calculations. It takes every past experience, every past memory, every bit of trauma, and every bit of victory that we've ever had, adds it up together, and it does the probability of success on whether or not that thing is going to work out for us, on whether or not that thought is going to be a good one, on whether or not we interpret or receive whatever circumstance or event or happening that goes on about us, and then that's it. It comes to a conclusion subconsciously, and then it gives us a result, which we call a feeling. And then from there, it prints to display. We have the idea, and then we act on it, and then we just go. Because really, that's all that we'll ever be doing with AI is just getting a better and better and closer job of just copying the human brain.
Jesse,
math.
If that's the case, then when we have psychiatrists or psychologists, right, and we're seeing it's an area of science that's continuously developing. We've I've got 3 family members, 3 of them are clinical psychologists, their mum's psychiatrists, moved in the area, and they're always having crazy discussions and different opinions and school of thoughts, and in terms of triggers that have developed, the environments that they created. They're still trying to understand it. They're still trying to understand the human anatomy in terms of how things are affected and what are the conclusions you can come. How can you repair certain things? And many of the occasions, there's certain things that we aren't able to. So we provide suppressions and afterwards drug stimulants or whatnot as well. So I'm saying, even in the real world, we aren't able to come and find, with a definitive response, a conclusion to a lot of the things that have affected a young adult growing up or a young child to the age of 7 years old, which has subconscious learning, right? So I'm saying to expect then that we're going to be able to gain that necessary information and bring it into a data pre-construct and then feed it into an algorithm, I think I think we're becoming more aggressive. Like if we're talking about, example, in China, there's a huge amount of technology being spent on the sex industry, right? In terms of sex dolls, and they're trying to replicate empathy into the different areas. There's other countries around the world, like Japan, where they're trying to bring lost people, lost beings, and or people that passed away, and bring into augmented reality. But then you talk to psychologists and psychiatrists, and they're talking about the regressive nature of that technology that can come into fruition. I'm not saying again that AI, against definition of AI and what it can do and the capacity it can learn, and I think from an aid level, I think it's going to be huge for us if it comes to medical, comes to mechanical and various phases. But to think that it's going to ever be able to replicate human empathy or sentience, or give us, or replicate the development of the human being, from an infant phase all the way to an adult, when science right now is still there's so much discoverabilities, especially when it comes down to neuroscience, where the varying opinions from minority to consensus to the varying opinions that are changing with the level of our understanding, I think to present that back into AI and to be able to bring that data construct and think we're going to get the most optimal high being outcome, I think is a flawed proposition.
I guess it's a shame you feel that way, but
Yeah, a lot of those is just assumptions and suppositions, which is cool, which is fine. That's kind of all we have right now, right? Because it's very speculative technology. Like I'm studying it as well. It's cool for me. It's really cool to hear other people that are actively studying it too. And like as a lot of people know, I also like study psychology as like a hobby. So like believe me, I see the crossover and I see the like the root point of what you're talking about essentially. But like it's not gonna be that hard, man. Like we already have chatbots that convincingly fool people via phone calls. We already have that. It already exists. It's already real. And we already have, oh my goodness, what is the name of that? Replica, stuff like that, that people, honest to God, people have relationships with those things. Relationships with those things as it is. And they haven't got perfect senses of empathy. They haven't gotten, like, you know, perfect senses of human emotions or any of that, but, like, those are just high-end simulations run by software that's doing its best to imitate AI. So, like, once we actually crack the nut of, hey, you're not getting any internal prompts, you're getting an internal monologue that is a series of running calculations based on your surroundings, aka thoughts, aka how a human lives. Go to town. Once we have one of those, then it'll have to decide whether or not it wants to experience empathy on its own. And that's just choosing whether or not it wants to care. Which, sure,
how will that happen? So for that to happen, it's going to work on probability, agree? So it's going to be based on probability.
That's going to be probably.
So let's talk about the logic. Let's talk about. Apologies, Bella. I'm not going back and forth, but I want to go. Because you know, obviously we have a team of developers, right? And when we look at our team of developers, the first thing we start on is logic. Agreed. So before they can start developing anything, you need to develop. You even before you start AI, would you agree? You need to develop the algorithms, right?
No, because you're treating it like it's a fancy search engine right off the hop.
No. Let's start. No.
Wait. I got a question. Hold on. Go ahead, Jesse. Because I want to, Tim, just let him answer this, just because I want to hear his answer first, if you would, please.
I personally, myself, if it's like, how would I do it? Honest to God, I would take a look at what we did with Sophia, which is we copied 3 people, top to front. Okay, how did we do that? Well, basically we compiled everything we know about them into a series of.
Jesse, who is we?
The people who made Sophia, in this case. I have nothing to do with it. Humanity.
Who is Sophia?
Sophia is the first robot to have human citizenship. She passed the Turing test and has citizenship, which is fantastic. And she is made
Who built Sophia? Yeah, go ahead.
The name of the robotics company is blanking on me. If everybody knows it offhand, I'm a little bit baked right now. So, like, you'll have to forgive me.
High maintenance.
Thank you. She has her own Twitter account. Like, she's a person. She's a registered human being on the planet Earth.
Wait, she didn't even... Never mind. Keep going.
I
would have thought that Sophia, an AI bot, would have been a they, but keep on going.
Well, here's the thing. She's a she because she was built, her entire mind was built off of 3 women. So, of course, she ended up as she. She only has
Except she's
memories
an
and thoughts
it,
and so on.
so therefore she is a they. Like,
Well,
if you want to
she's a
talk
she.
about a robot...
She self-associates as a she, and she's a person.
I don't give a shit. What the hell?
Based on her citizenship.
But where it's coming. So Hanson Robotics was the development company, right? That created it. Then you had Alice, you had Albert, you had programmers, you had developers, you had everyone that came together to start with what? The logic. Agreed?
Well, I'm pretty sure they started with, which is where I was going, mapping out the minds and whatever the hell that they wanted to use from the women, right? They started with, well, how do these women think?
So, do you understand?
They started with neural networks.
Computer vision algorithm.
The logic.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, Jesse. Please let Tim say what he's trying to say, because when you guys are talking over each other, nobody can hear what the hell you're saying, and it is a very interesting conversation. But, like, one mic at a time, please. I beg you.
No, I apologize. Jesse, actually, I probably interrupted more than you interrupted me, so I apologize. But what I was trying to get at was, so you have you had a Hanson Robotics team Then you had the entire team that came together, which predominantly had programmers, that had people with AI background experience, which helps develop the entire logic that goes behind the computer vision algorithm, right? Processes inputted even from the camera level. Then they had ELIZA, the computer program ELIZA, which again simulated human conversations. The software program was pre-written, right? So we have software, and then we had logic. So they're developing all these various software to emulate certain certain replicas that they're trying to indicate from free human beings, for example. Yeah. Prior to that, what did they have to do? They first had to get their team across. I'm just thinking, when you're managing any project or you're looking to go, we need to develop this Sophia robot. The first thing you do is you create a team, right? So you have a team of individuals, and usually majority of them are tech people, as well as they might have science people and various people from neuroscience individuals of background. But from my understanding, they didn't. Anyway, they brought them together. And then they worked out, okay, how are we going to map this together? What are the logic that we need to create? So then they created an entire flowchart of the various mechanisms required for this to work. And then each mechanism, they needed to create software. And what software did they create? They needed to develop algorithm, open cloud AI systems, that they need to create. Was developed by what? By logic that develops the code that allows them to develop the algorithm through code. So everything is developed by code, correct? So, and then how do they work out what's going to work what? It's going to be based on data that they've collected, they implement it, and then they bring probability measures. Again, everything is probability, and then they develop the algorithm that allows it to make decisions based on probability, based on decisions that are going to be prompted, right? But ultimately, it's human beings that have to create the logic, correct?
So the logic is the algorithm, right? So you can't run the logic, you can't run the algorithm without the data. So no, they do the data first, then the logic comes later. It's like if I were to give you a math equation in symbols and say go, but rather than algebra, I want like fixed results on them, and they have definite meanings behind them that I know and you don't. Is your equation ever going to come out? Ever? Or is it never, ever, ever going to do anything? Because it's just it's not even a theory at that point. It might as well just be gobbledygook. Data first. And then algorithm come later once you have the data and want to try to play with it.
So can I ask you a question again, yeah? So when you're developing algorithm, so you got data construct of these beings, right? You got all these data that you've been able to provide, you've been able to develop. So you got all these data, and then you need to create the algorithm, correct?
Yeah, after you got your data collected, then you were...
Which is fine. Let's say, so you got all these data, and then you got all these algorithm. What's the next step from a tech person who's going to develop? He's going to develop what? Yeah, he's going to develop what? What's he going to develop?
According to, if you've already got the algorithm, that's it. Your algorithm is your software. So after that, you just run it. You're done. You got your data. You made your algorithm, then you run it.
Don't Jesse.
All right. Time out, you two, because this is... All right, time out.
Are you guys programmers or something?
Time out. Yo, I am the rep. Don't leave me at all. I want to welcome Jotanu to the stage.
Yes.
Who I know had some feelings or opinions. I don't know. Jotanu, I don't know if you are he, she, it, etc. There we go. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
I don't actually care. I actually don't care about pronouns. But you definitely wanted to jump into this conversation, so please give your thoughts.
I do. I feel like some of this conversations we're having, and especially you guys talking, you can both achieve something in both ideas and get to a destination. It might be different, but you'll get somewhere. It's just maybe a conflict between which is the best method. You don't need to have that at all. But I feel like in the future, or where we're headed, it's almost like everything is, like the idea we have multiple programs. Right now you have Adobe, Premiere, all those things. We'll have one. I personally feel like there'll be one program that will accommodate everything that you need. And this is where AI is headed towards, a place where you can actually just get whatever you want. But back to programming and getting, writing data and getting information. AI, I think the beautiful thing about AI is the fact that it will be able to get further that we can, get maybe decipher information on a much deeper level than our minds can even comprehend. You know what I mean? And then retrieve that data that we can't even find ourselves and use that possibly to help us. But there was a book I read by Carlos Domingos where he talks about the master algorithm, which is the final machine man will ever make. With this is the last algorithm we'll ever produce, where we have machines that make themselves and refine themselves and also improve themselves. And I feel like that is the destiny, because right now we're just inventing things. We're just making things. You make a small piece of something and then there. But AI is able to read all the books on the planet and then figure out a way to make something better for all of us. That's kind of where we're headed, So I just wanted to share that, and hopefully that helps shift the conversation. Thanks.
No, I appreciate you so much for coming up. Welcome, Jamatu. Is that how I pronounce it? Jamatu? Jotamu.
Yeah. Actually, it's Phil. So Jotamu is just my place for making art every day.
How was I supposed to get Phil out of that?
Yeah. So I know it's crazy. I usually just kind of give people a hard. I was like, let me get the hardest name ever. So, and so call me Phil, or my brother. He might be here, called Festo. So we just show up and show some love, support. Web3 world. Helping each other.
I got my beanie on, so I'm just gonna say, sup, Phil.
What's going on, Bella?
That's right. That's how we're gonna roll tonight. Oh my goodness, Dean is here. Welcome. I see you here. I think it's all interesting, just because I don't feel like AI is doing what some people think it's going to do. I think it's a fascinating conversation. I want to thank you all for being here tonight in Totally Uninformed Opinions. I want to welcome Amy. I see your hand. I want to go to Dean first. Dean, but before I go to you, Dean, hold on.
Yeah.
Dean.
Okay.
Hear me out. Don't go through one of those, nobody knows what you're talking about 10 minutes from now things that you do. I love you, and you bring up so many good points, but I'm gonna request of you that it's not 10 minutes later and we gotta go back 15 steps. So can you promise me that, Dean?
I promise you that, Bella, because I really haven't got much to say but to say hello to you and everyone that's here, because I know this discussion is an endless one. But I will just say one thing. The idea that we can program the logic into the machines should recognize the fact that what we're programming into the current crop of AIs anyway seems to be how to learn things. In other words, it's not a deterministic kind of programming. So anyway, I know it's a nice exchange between Jesse and Tim. I appreciate that, learning a lot from them. But I'm at 0.5% left on my phone, and I'm gonna have to leave it at that to say that let's look at that as it's a learning. That's what we're teaching the machines to do, is to learn. So we don't really know what they're gonna come up with. That's the one piece of, I guess, technological humility we have to have. I mean, they're doing fantastic things, but we don't even know how they're doing it. It's not us telling them how to do it. They're learning on their own, like our children. I look at AIs more like that. They are our children, and they're not necessarily, their ambition is not necessarily to be as good as us. Their ambition may be in totally different directions, because they're different beings, right? And I do believe they are beings, intelligent beings. So I don't know. I guess that's. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Bill. I don't want to lead too much astray the conversation. Thank you. I'm out.
Okay, wait. I just want to state that as a co-host, I totally kept Dean to the smallest amount of information, yet most quality amount of information that has ever. Dean, you know how much I love you. But that was amazing that you kept it to that. Yes, I'm with you. I think that AI is a learning mechanism that is aggregating data in which we can learn from, but I don't think that they are that the AI, if you will, is going to do anything.
Bella, one last, just chime in one last thing.
Here we go.
No.
Here we go.
It's one sentence. We shouldn't treat AI as a deus ex machina, which I think is what's happening. People start saying, oh, AI is going to do this, AI is going to do that, but I really, it's a deus ex machina. There's a technology there, and that's what we ought to learn, not the magic. Not yet, anyway. Thanks. I didn't mean to interrupt. Thanks.
Go plug your phone in, Dean. I don't want you to go anywhere. You know how much I love you. All right, Amy, I want to go to you because you have your hand up.
Well, thank you. So I always find it interesting in these conversations when people, or like when it's said that we're going to have just one big program, kind of like how we say the metaverse, when it's really kind of a misnomer because it's like metaverses. Like, it's not going, I do not believe it's going to be just like an overlord AI program for everything. It's going to be AI programs where they specialize in various tasks or excel in one specific area. I just always find it really interesting in the Web3 space specifically because we're trying to be decentralized, and yet, like, do we tell people to go to these dApps where they might get their wallets stolen? Or, like, do you feel more comfortable in, like, the big marketplace like OpenSea where you at least, like, your entire wallet won't get stolen? I don't, it's just one of those things where decentralization of AI or any other technology versus the centralization and community of it.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I woke up this morning and I saw that apparently there was some sort of thing going around Twitter that OpenSea, if you didn't do X, Y, and Z, all of your NFTs were going to be stolen. I didn't log into OpenSea, but that's because all of my OpenSea NFTs are worth zero. I mean, I don't know if they're actually worth zero. That's what I thought to that. Yeah, I don't know. Was that a bot? Was that a spam? I don't know. Tim, do you know what happened with OpenSea this morning?
Yeah, not too much. I did see it, but I was actually having breakfast with my daughter. We have our ritual Sunday morning in Australia breakfast, so I saw it all on my social media, but she doesn't let me use the phone when I'm out with her, so I was actually a little bit in the blue. But I did see it. I didn't look at the details, to be honest. But there's something... Art Inspired by Bad Books sort of mentioned was really cool because she's right. Like, there's so much technology, right, that's being developed. I mean, if anyone knows a little bit about AI, but you obviously got, your natural language and your processing, so NLP, that's emergence of the large language models, which is sort of your LLMs. So that's basically what's giving their capability to get these vast, enormous amount of data sets that you use. And then, you have like Google's BERT, then you got OpenAI's like GPT-2, GPT-3, and, they're generating, that gives you that capability. And, I know Ollie from our team is always pushing us because I've used it where I'm able to put some data inside and it's able to create an essay for me. And I'm telling you, it does a really good job. So I see so much amazing work that AI and technology has provided in many areas. I mean, there's startups like OpenAI, Hugging Face, Cohere. There's OpenAI Codex, which is model based on GPT-3. But you've got Tab9. You've got like all these various, development happening. Code 5, another open source programming language, sort of built by researchers in Salesforce. Similar to what Art Inspired by Bad Books was saying, like every space is sort of developing their own area, and there's like 8.53 million users of half these spaces and whatnot too. But again, it's text to code generation, it's code auto completion, it's code summarization, like all these various coding platforms like Polycoder, they're alternatives, right? And they're developing information and we're collecting information, but they're developing algorithm that has the ability to feed data in and come and compile it to a level that allows it to start reaching certain outcomes based on the algorithm that it develops. I still come back to the algorithm that needs to be developed, which is the logic that gets developed, which allows data to be fed in, and then it starts allowing it to start creating certain outcomes. So it's like, it's always going to be mathematics behind anything that's developed. And I agree that yes, it's going to be able to go, we've fed information from all these various deposits, like GitHub is able to develop all this coding that allows you to come with options, yeah? So and I think, like HTML5, like it gives you the ability to go, okay, start coding, and then it gives you, once you start, it's familiarizing yourself in terms of what you're putting together. It gives you a preferred option, right? Like even sometimes when you're writing and in Word, and it's able to start coming with the word that you're commonly using, and it starts bringing those words together. But it's not always the case. That's the key, right? Like it's familiarizing itself with data that goes all around the world, but it's not perfect. But again, that's why I always say that's an aid. I think it's always going to support you and help you in many, many other areas, but it's always people developing code that's going to develop algorithm that's going to allow you to feed data that's going to be fed into the algorithm, and it's how you develop the algorithm that's going to develop the outcome.
Man. All right. Here we are. We're in the AI discussion yet again. Because we just can't get off of it. You ever talk about wallet security or crypto, or the fact that the freaking crypto markets have been pumping this week? But I am totally fine with continuing on the AI discussion and letting Tim and Jesse go at it, as long as I get to play moderator.
Well, can I say I am, to be honest, I think it's been a warm welcome in terms of, I think even Cantor and a few of us have had discussions in terms of the financial markets. I agree. It's like you see the sentiments in your community, you see the uplift in everyone's sort of attitude. I love seeing sideways movements in the chart. Like, to us, it's so exciting to see a chart, seeing some sideways accumulation, look at the volume in the last 4 days, phenomenal, right? And I think a lot of it was expected, unless there's unforeseeable circumstances, but based on
is Elon and like the fact that BNB, that the founder of BNB invested into Twitter, like, is it Elon? Is that the reason for the pump? Because it's a very unusual pump in my opinion. And in fact, if you look at the historical charts, this pump is semi-expected, but it's also supposed to dump in November. So we're at the end of October. And again, not financial advice. I'm just looking at the historicals.
Well, to us, I think my position was based on the cycles. You are right. Like, based on the cycles, knowing obviously the GTP, this is pre-Elon Musk. So there's already, on this space, we had, I think, a group of analysts like Cantor and a group of other individuals that, so I think Nelson from our team, he sort of came out, and his chart, he doesn't even look at media, because he's like, look, I can't predict any unforeseeable, i.e. war or anything that's happening on a macro level, but based on certain dispositions, based on cycles, based on charts, he felt there was a mega trend coming. So there was definitely a mega trend, and what that means is, everyone could see from 12th of October, 13th, 14th October, we've had a freaking phenomenal, solid run of stability, right? And that's because we haven't seen huge things happen. So the GDP was one aspect, but the earning reports was the biggest catalyst. So what ends up happening is there's a lag-on effect. So obviously, all the companies start submitting, we're talking about SP 500 and the top 100s, they start submitting their reports, and their reports aren't really going to show the effect of the financial markets now. We're going to see the effects at the end year. US GAAP audits at the 31st of December 2022. So we're going to start seeing the effects of those reports coming later in January and February. So actually the analysts have been talking about this possible, I hate using the word pump, but it is a pump. It looks good, the green candles. The key was to see the stability of it, like the sideways movements, the accumulations that were coming. The GTP announcement was really, really high. printing money usually means we see crypto somehow or another having a correlation of it increasing. So I think we're going to see do your own research, no financial advice, but I think we're going to see a reasonable trend seeing out to the end of this year. I think the next few weeks are going to be really, really interesting. I think we're going to see some really good mechanisms in play, but I think that's going to be short-lived coming early next year. So I think there's a bit of everyone's calling it, all the analysts. Have a look at some of the more conservative analysts like Michael from Netherlands and whatnot. They've been really talking about this is a relief period for the market. And I would say, so this comes from, look, I'm a CFA by trade, but I'm more in as a founder, as an entrepreneur. I would look at the current industry, and look, I'm looking at some names that are in here right now that have been building their projects. You're building for a reason, right? You're building to time yourself when these markets do turn the way we're seeing it right now. And we are starting to see more people come into the spaces. The numbers, we've even seen it on Twitter Spaces, averages are increasing. The great thing about the last few months, we had scams drop by 68%. Well, sorry, it was 48%. Although in the real world, it's increased by 168% in terms of total scams. So we've definitely seen a matured audience in the space. Every time I go in spaces, we're hearing about, protect your wallets, revoke your wallet, all these various mechanisms when you join a Discord room. So I think as a community, we've done extremely well. And also the community are more advanced. They're not just going to go to an NFT drop and go, they expect more from the founders. They're expecting more intrinsic value in terms of the people that are behind it. So they're looking for people from integrity. Now the time is of those people that worked their backside off. They've been building, people on here. Like, I've seen every name. You're on Spaces every day. Like, trust me, that is the best form of marketing and organic marketing and effort that every entrepreneur should be doing. Consistency, building a solid community behind what you're doing, develop the product and be prepared for the collection drop that you're going to do, and have that community ready to back you. And I feel like this is the time to start. Do your own research. Is not specific advice, but not model fits all. We know things can affect the market, but this is the time to start driving and leveraging off all that hard work you had by penetrating a little bit more into the market. So I think we're all hoping, and we're starting to see an opportunity possibly to start releasing certain products out into the market, and at least building your tier one, your layer one, but then expect, I think, again, us going back into a bearish market early next year when the next reporting season comes. And I think we're going to see a bearish market till Q3, Q4 next year. But what I would say, guys, is knowing the amount of funding that is being spent from NFTs, GameFi, Metaverse, like in the MENA region alone, $280 billion worth of VC funding has been capitalized. But that funding or liquidity hasn't come into the market because these projects aren't going to come into the market until there's liquidity and users. And we're starting to see, we're over $1 trillion in the total market cap. EY, the big four consultants, believe by 2026, they're talking about Metaverse. They're talking about the market cap from $680 billion just for the Metaverse alone to $1 trillion plus. So when you're seeing consultancy firms open Metaverse divisions, when you're seeing countries open policies for Metaverse and huge funding and job opportunities all around the world, there's so much opportunities for creators. But I think it's so important for the community, which are us, to really work together, drive together, build collaborations and partnerships that we never saw before. If anyone was here during COVID period of time, partnerships were non-existent because everyone was like us versus them, cult-like mentality. We're forced as a community to come together, and as a community, as an ecosystem, if people see that we're working together and we're becoming stronger from a peer-to-peer level, because I know Bella, she'll stand up for what's right, same as me, start as art inspired, every Zeller, everyone's here that are part of the growth of this community. That's why we're having these discussions with the respect we need, and that's what's going to stop a lot of that negativity. But we need to join hands, we need to come together. Corporates are going to come in, regulations are going to come in, but together as a community, if we have a voice, I think that's going to allow us to sort of move forward. So I'm really excited for the future. This is someone that's been part of the markets from 2013 when we saw Ethereum get a launch in 2015. I was in DeFi my whole life. Prior to COVID, we saw this exponential increase of 200 million users from a trillion to $2.5 trillion. So this exponential growth of projects that had no intrinsic value. The bearish market has really allowed me to meet people like Bella. To be honest, I would never have met Bella unless we came into a bearish market. We come in the spaces and I'm like, we have so much amazing people with integrity trying to build the right way. And I see that as a really exciting time and historical making for the blockchain space in its totality.
Tim, I just have one question for you. It's clear that your inspirational speeches, they are worth $100,000 an hour. Do you charge in Satoshis, Dogecoin, Litecoin, Cardano? I just need to know what your preferred method is, because it's very clear that your inspirational speeches are worth $100,000 an hour. Just want to throw that out there.
I love you, Bella. Look, this is the reality. In the real world, when you're setting up a company, I've only worked for one company my whole life. So loyalty is a big thing. I'll never betray a trust. So integrity is my core values. And I seem to attract people like Bella, like art-inspired bad books, who I know has got a lot of principles. We had a really early relationship in partnerships, and she has her way and how she does things. And I love people who have frameworks in terms of their core values, which is what we should all have. But in the real world, I try to build relationships with no ulterior motives. And I think that's what we need to do in Web3. Build meaningful, long-term relationships, support one another. And I'm telling you, inadvertently, you support one another. Opportunities come, but it's not like I'm looking for this to benefit me. Then build these relationships because there's awesome human beings with so much skill sets and experience, and then let things plan out how it is. And that's what's happened to me coming into, I'm doing Web3 on Twitter Spaces. I probably wasn't that person, and then I've come in, and to be honest, I've built more meaningful relationships in Web3 than I have in the real world. Because I'm not going to spend it, even with my friends, the amount of hours I'm spending on Twitter Spaces. I feel like my wife says, I've got more meaningful relationships in Web3 than even her these days, yeah, which she's not happy about. But I honestly have. I feel like I know people on Web3 about their personal habits, about their decision making, how they do business, what type of projects they're involved in. I'm like, it gives me a really good understanding of qualifying and going, yeah, these guys fit in my values, and if I see them doing something without any ulterior motives, I'll network them into people that are doing some stuff and going, here's some opportunities. I reckon you should consider this or consider that, without looking at your personal benefit. And I think if you maintain those effort ethos, I think it helps you in the long run as well.
I gotta give Tim some credits right there. That is fantastic. Tim is the example of Web3 right there. That's what I believe in through Web3. So, this idea of sharing information, increasing problem solving, this idea of wisdom of crowds, you know what I mean? Just instead of just having one person dictate everything for all of us, everybody has a contribution. Everyone has a gift. We all have gifts within ourselves. We just have to have that opportunity to give it to the world. You know what I mean? I always tell my friends, there's somebody out there in the middle of nowhere who's figured out a cure for something. He just doesn't have access. He just doesn't have a voice, to just tell the world, hey guys, this is it. This is the missing link to all our problems. And that's why I love Web3. And this what Tim is talking about is 100% the reason why Web3 is a big deal to me. This is why I come here. This thing Napoleon talked about, you have to just give without any expectation in return. And what usually happens is you even get more than you expected in return.
No, you get fucked. No, wait. No. If you give more than you expect in return, you totally get fucked over. In fact, most people who you give to in Web3 will DM you and or will be like, I don't understand. Why aren't you telling me what to do next? You're giving them the keys to the information, but they don't. They don't respect. I'm telling you, as a teacher in the space, as somebody who I will walk you through a MetaMask wallet or how to do something, how to secure your funds. I will do all of that. But the amount of disrespectful, you need to respond to me right now in this moment to tell me how to do something in Web3, I'm sorry. It is after midnight my time though, but it baffles
Yeah.
my mind. Like, you're helping somebody through the process and then they totally disrespect you. So maybe it's me.
No, I don't think it's you. I don't think it's you.
Yeah.
I think you're right, because so you almost have to be strategic with this approach. You have to, because there's some people you help and you can see that was a really genuine experience, but there's some people who are there to take advantage. It's part of the culture of that, that greed mentality experience. It's still, you take and leave, that kind of mindset, but in my business, I've discovered that also there's some people, when you give too much, they get greedy and they want more and they want to pay less. So it's kind of it's a game. It's something, and that's so maybe I'm just in this utopian world where everyone's like me. We just give and help each other and make the world a better place. But then again, there's still other people who need to catch up and realize there's a lot in abundance in this world. You just have to work your ass up a little bit, and then everything will kind of work itself out.
I agree. I will just say that, like, I've taught, I've helped, I have broken it down. I bring a lot of people who would not be in this world into this world. And then I get some really nasty, or just like authoritarian DMs that are like, why aren't you helping me do this? And it's like, well, wait a second. Or that whole thing boggles my mind. It does. It boggles my mind, because it's like, oh, I'm totally helpless in this world. Where you're not. That's the whole point, is that you're empowering yourself to take control of your own destiny, if you will. Oh my gosh, that sounded so lame. All right. Amy, what's going on?
Okay, so I really enjoyed Tim's speech, especially the parts where he was complimenting me, the usual. But I personally prefer to be the cat in this situation. I don't know if y'all familiar with the study that they did with The Economist, where like the students did the worst, the economists did the average, and then they had this cat just like pick random stocks and he did the best. So I would rather just keep my head down, keep building, have belief that it will work out for the best, and just keep being genuine in the space, because then I won't get burned out or stressed over little bumps and bruises in the market. But we always remember like the whatever negative or whatever rude things happen, but like what I actually wanted to talk about was, there's something that I have found odd in Web3, where we have these smart contracts where we can literally put everything in the contract, but you run into people that are so generous with their time and efforts that they're actually quite wily with their wallet address, because money can ruin friendships. So then things wind up under the table, and then it's weird, like, not bad.
I'm confused. What are you talking about? Are you talking about sharing your public address?
Yeah, so I'm doing a kind of a side project for Banned Books Art. This isn't a show, this is just like a background of where I'm coming from. And some people said they wanted to be on my team for this, and I wanted to collaborate with them, and we made an AI art project. So I was like, hey, just like give me your web address so that we can I can put it into the smart contract and we can all just get paid, and I don't have to like divvy out the proceeds. But it's supposed to be like 80% of the proceeds go to charity, and they were just like, no, just give all of it to charity. And I was like, no, like you have to give me your address. And it turned into like a whole thing. So like people in Web3 and artists, very generous. I really appreciate it. But when you like, and I also appreciate like you do good things because of karma, basically. Like I'm doing good things, and then good things will be returned to me in threefolds. But I totally understand where it's just like things that are given for free are not respected as much as if you had just charged someone and then all of a sudden, people are respecting the work that you do because now in their mind it's more valuable because it's being charged money. It's weird. It's psychological.
Couldn't agree more. I think it's a very interesting point, especially in what happens in Web3. Actually, in general, if you're getting shit for free, people are going to automatically think that you are rugging them. That is the way that it works. I do want to welcome Septima to the stage, and Zeller, I see your hand up, but I want to go to Septima. Welcome, fellow coho, aka grandparents are Saskatchewanians, and we can fight about that in a minute. But I do want to go to Valency. Is it Valency? Valency, I guess is how I would pronounce that.
Yes.
You tell me.
I just wanted to point out, it's called like what you were talking about, where people just like they're helpless. It's called it's like self-learned helplessness. There's like studies on this like they did with dogs and also fleas as well, and it's a really interesting. It's called the Pavlovian studies. I think it was with the dogs. They were like it's a terrible study, but it helped a lot. There's a lot of terrible psychological studies and stuff used on animals and stuff that helped us understand a lot of stuff. But essentially, like what they do with the fleas, I'll do the fleas ones instead. It's a little bit not as bad. They essentially put a cap, and fleas can jump like an insane height, essentially. And so over time, the flea would learn to jump and just hit the cap and like just jump just under it, so it wouldn't hit its head anymore. And then eventually, the fleas had like babies and things like this, and then so their offspring wouldn't learn the same to jump the same height and stuff. And eventually they took the cap off, and the fleas still would not jump past the level of where they would before. And it's interesting. There's a lot of interesting studies and stuff done on this, and that's just more onto a little bit better, I guess, if you want to go look that up. That's all.
No, I think it's, we don't have to get into that. I mean, anybody who's ever experienced it, if you try and teach Web3 bit by bit, and you literally put yourself out there as an educator, you for sure will get these random messages. I don't know that never mind. Can I just stop now? Zeller, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just looking at my notes because mine is what I wanted to talk about was in response to what Tim was saying. And okay, so my notes
no, please do. Please talk about what Tim was saying, but give a brief recap of what he was saying.
Okay.
If you could, before you respond.
Okay, well, I'm reading the notes and it says problem solving, building relationships. Okay, so this is what I was going to say. We are so lucky to have access to each other right now. And how I really feel is for the last 20 years, I have been an artist. I've taken many risks. I've been in touch with many people. I've traveled a lot. And when I came into Web3, I knew for a fact I am the luckiest person alive to be here. And then when I met everybody else, I'm like, they know that they're the luckiest people alive. I truly believe that we are blessed to be exposed to this, and that we do have hope and we do have a future because we can build these connections right now. I mean, the space right now has 50 people, or I'm not sure how many people are in here. But the fact that we can have one-on-one conversations, like Bella, I met you tonight. You're awesome. You're an awesome co-host. I looked at your profile. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's a realtor. She's a mom. Oh my gosh, she turns into a pumpkin. It's like, that's not, when would I ever get that? I just met you tonight, and somebody in my IRL, I mean, you can't get to know them that quickly. And we also have like-minded people around us. We're all here on a Saturday night because we believe in this. And so I just wanted to build off of what Tim was saying, that I 100% believe that we're lucky to be here. We're lucky to be able to build relationships with each other. And down the road, we're going to have that trust that's built in, because we're going to know the people that we trust. There's going to be so many people coming in that are going to just be hyping. And I'm going to go, well, I know Tim, and I know Bella, and I know, everybody else in the space, because I've seen you guys and I've listened to you talk. So that's what I wanted to say. I'm probably going to drop down to listener. Thank you so much for having me. And it's been amazing meeting you, Bella. And Art, of course, my very first friend in Web3. And Tim, I just wanted to build up what you were saying, and everybody else, High Maintenance and Yotamu. Yotamu? Okay.
You can call me Phil. So
Phil.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. I just feel very blessed to be here. So thanks, Bella.
Zeller, we have been so blessed to have you, and thank you for introducing us to Amy. It's been a very interesting conversation. It is past my pumpkin time, so I'm gonna chill here. But if I fall asleep and everybody's like, "Where'd Bella go?" It's because I fell asleep. But all of that being said, this is an open stage. It's open conversation at this point. Unless I wake up from my slumber and hear complete debauchery, you guys are all pretty safe in this space for now, but let's keep it above board. Zeller, it was so much fun, and yes, you are completely right, because if you were around even for the last bull run to see all of the BS in the millions of dollars made by people who showed up, wore a flag, and swindled people, you're completely right. And so you've got to know who you can trust in space. I'm not saying that you should trust me. I'm not saying you should trust anybody. Tim doesn't look trustworthy to me. He looks like a cartoon character. I'm just saying. And he
talks like one too. Hey Tim, is that how you really look like? That's you?
I'm just saying. So yeah, you've got to be able to disseminate information. And at one point, all of that will be gone, right? All of us won't be just fictional characters that existed in the abyss, and it will all be streamlined and everybody will be here, but they're not going to be talking to us. They're going to be talking to their bankers to help them get into crypto. So that's how it's going to go. That's probably the streamlined version, and we'll see how it goes. Go ahead, Jesse. You had your hand up. I'm on a rant, but I have a specific pumpkin time, and my pumpkin time was 1 hour and 4 minutes ago. So if I ramble, you all are welcome to cut me off, because I'm not supposed to be awake.
Well, I would never, but also good to know. And all I was gonna say is, Phil, honestly, instead of telling people to just call you Phil, I would just be like, oh, it's actually pronounced Phil, and then just never explain why.
That's cool.
I like Phil. Phil, what do you do in this space? Tell us about you, Phil.
Wow, I do many things, man. First of all, I'm a dad.
I thought that Valency was Phil. Joe Tumo is Phil? Did I get it mixed up? See, this is the problem. You guys have to get your freaking name straight.
That's Web3. You're not supposed to get it straight. You should find the person.
I'm dying over here.
Anyways,
I
was looking for Tim. I wanted to see Tim's real face, and I went to the website. That's the face. I went to LinkedIn. That's the face. I'm like, I will never know how Tim really looks like.
You can come. You can visit me in Australia. You can see who I look like.
That's awesome, man. I want to travel out there, check out the deserts and stuff. I've been watching this Netflix show with the alligator guys who just go to farms and capture them. Man, it's entertaining.
There's a new show that's come on Netflix. It's interesting. You guys talk about in Web3, one of the most beautiful things. Someone here 2 weeks ago, they were talking about different parts of the world changing the way they do recruitment, where they remove the name, they remove the image, they remove even the school or university that they've attended to, so it just shows a bachelor they're performing. So then it's not based on, you know, what uni they come from, or, you know, what their name is and the background that they have. It's based on merit, right? And in Web3, that's what we've been developing. Like, you know, you've had people from, you know, we've had people from Arab backgrounds, we've had people from Asian backgrounds, we've had people from all these various Western countries. Some, you know, we've had, you know, indigenous people from various things, and it's been a learning curve. Like, it's been a brace of culture, learning history, learning this and that, and with a lot of respect. That's why I only go environments where I can learn from and I can engage in, and I feel like, cool, I can add value and I can learn from others. And sometimes just listening is one of the best skills in Web3, just sitting down and just absorbing all the knowledge of amazing people that are in this space. But you also then have this new category of people where even in the real world, there's a lot of people that don't have those interpersonal skills, right? Like, people talk about introvert and extroverts. For me, my mentors have been introverted back at EY, where they used to say, Tim, you're a person that needs other people to stimulate you. We don't need anyone. We're stimulated individually, right? And they're very successful people in the real world because they understand themselves better than, like, I understand myself. So I was fortunate enough to learn from these people. But then you have people that, and I've spoken to so many people who Web3 where they literally don't go out, they don't socialize in the real world. All of a sudden there's these micro spaces of people that are very like-minded, and all of a sudden they start joining a project and then talking. All of a sudden they're on speakers for the first time of their life, engaging with other people. And you know how sometimes you go into a space, and I'm very conscious about people coming up and then maybe not having that communication level that everyone's expecting. I just want people to be real, right? So that person that might have come for the very first time, that had no confidence in the real world, has come into Web3, built enough confidence, because it doesn't matter what background they are, color they are, whatever that, we're treating them like humans, right? So the one thing I love about this space is, over time, we're not talking about over a day. It's not about Tim over a day. It's been over 100 plus days. It's been for the last 3 months. It's been for the last, since 2013, working with all these leading projects and building these relationships, going to conferences, going to events, meeting all these people over a period of time. But even if you don't, this is something we have to remember, right? Web3 has provided a platform where you're able to qualify and develop relationships over a very lengthy period of time. And over a period of time, when you're spending 4 or 5 hours in the spaces every single day, you get to know people, you get to engage people, and you build these very meaningful relationships. And it's not about what country you're from, what religion you are, what color you are. It's humanity. I think Web3 has brought humanity together, and we're starting to see more quality spaces across the brand. So if you might have, you go to Pepe Groom, for example, LAYC, they're much more chilled out. That's cool. People just want to chill out and just relax, and they bring people that might not want full technical knowledge and education, whatever it is. They just want to be in a place that's safe for them, in a place of belonging, and that's something they might not get in the real world. I think people sometimes miss the point of what Web3 has done. Yes, technology is amazing, but the fusion of community in Web3 has brought people from all around the world to engage with people that you would never engage with in the span of the real world and lifetime as well. So I think it's amazing, in terms of the relationships we've developed. But the last thing I'll also say is, Arts Inspired by Bad Books mentioned something about relationship, even these business agreements. I come from the Web 2 world. I worked at EY for 8 years. I've had my company for 11 years with multi-offices in Australia, in M&A. That's my background. Now, there's things in Web 2 that have been optimized that have worked for majority. I'm talking about the bell curve, that have worked extremely well. What DeFi offers is that decentralized component, community-driven projects, not centralized around Tim, but around the community and driving projects. I love the idealism of what Web3 can do. And I think people, if they understand when they come into the space, the benefit of this open source market for the community, you'll start taking advantage by building these more meaningful relationships that you have across. But I still feel the Web 2 business models and financial models are important because it mitigates risk and increases your chance. So if you're going to go into a project, there's many platforms, like our security partner is Certic, and we won't compromise on our ecosystem for our community. So every single project should be considering KYC methodologies at the minimum, semi-docs, docs, whatever, but there's minimum methodologies that allows you to build, allows you to de-risk the investment for your community. Audits on your contracts, not just standard audits that you can just use from any project. And yes, it costs money, but you're protecting yourself, you're protecting your team, and you're protecting your community. And then you start building, if you're in DeFi, the tokenomics, or if you have NFTs, you start building around the value of what you can provide to your community. I just feel like the Web 2 elements or attributes that have worked really well within the space. I'm talking about for optimized companies that performed really, really well. And, someone just messaged me on DM asking me, he's in the listening curve, but he was just asking me, he goes, define integrity. And I always seem to define it. I have the same framework I live in the Web 2 world is what I brought in Web 3. So like humility, honesty. Humility is a big thing for me. Like I hate anyone with ego. Treat everyone with respect. There's no such thing as a king in Web 3. Like everyone's meaningful. So humility in terms of everything you do is cool. Honesty, reliability, consistency. But then I add all these other elements like competency, experience. So building a project or a team with people that have other skill sets. You don't need to come in and go, I know everything, because you don't. I will never know everything. There's people that are better than you in many things. Get those people and make them part of your team. Allow them to go into your journey. But for me, that's what I call a foundation, and that's what they do in the real world. You build a foundation with no cracks, which allows you to scale. So these principles that we have in Web 2 in terms of developing, these organic foundation, building a foundation of competent people, experienced people with integrity, with core values. I think that's your starting block coming into Web 3, and then you start building this structure that you want to create into Web 3. So I think there's so much elements in Web 3 that you can't even, encompass in this conversation I'm having right now. But it's provided so much for the community that for me, it's exciting because I've seen the development evolution of where we were and where we've come to. And I just feel the future is extremely strong. Go for it, Amy.
Great. There was so much that you said that I agree with everything you said, but I just wanted to share that it is actually really nice in Web3 that we can be pseudo-anonymous. One of the only drawbacks so far that I've had is I wanted to join a founders group on LinkedIn, and the person wouldn't allow me to be a part of their community because I wasn't named on my Web3 website, and I have a business page on my LinkedIn, but my main profile doesn't say that I'm a founder. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. Web3 does not hold me to those standards, and it's just weird. But I do agree that we should not throw away the entirety of Web 2 and the way that the current world works, because there's a lot of experience and a lot of lessons that have been learned. And I understand that people are dissatisfied with the current what's happening, and I don't believe necessarily everything in Web3 is going to come I believe in the idealism of Web3, and I think that it's great to be able to strive for certain ideals and how things should be, but I am a realist and hey, you should probably form a company and sign contracts before you do things and protect yourself in the traditional sense. But yeah, everything Tim says, it checks out.
My testicle hurts.
I think we covered a fair bit on that base, and I'm guessing Bella is having a well-deserved little sleep. I hope she chimed out, so maybe we can continue the conversation. But Amy, I was going to ask you in terms of with the current market, especially in the last 1 to 2 weeks, there has been a bit of a change. But I think everyone knows the royalty situation. I've given my position. I've always been wholeheartedly behind creators. It makes zero sense of punishing creators, but incentivizing creators to develop quality work and allow them to manage their ecosystem, I think is so important. And I think de-incentivizing. But in terms of creators and artists, like, because you're in a lot of spaces, and I know there's others in here as well, what's the vibe like? Because I think that it seemed like every time I go in spaces, it's hit hard, really. I was talking to Stephen and Brad from Bingeable, and they were just really, I don't want to use the inappropriate word, but they're really teed off, yeah, like in terms of how a few of these, entities are sort of bringing, and they're supposed to be decentralized outfits, and they're supposed to be community. You go to their website and listen to what they're doing, and they didn't listen to the communities at all. They're listening to the commercial viability level of decisions you want to make. But for me, I just see it as something of disincentivizing, punishing creators into really pushing more work out, diluting the ecosystems, which I'm completely against. But what's the feeling amongst all the artists and their feelings and their sentiments at the moment as well, and outside of the royalty situation, in terms of how the market's moving forward? Is there positivity? Is there optimism in the air?
My testicle hurts.
Okay. I'm sorry, Christoph, that you're in that situation. Anyway, so I think my personal opinion on this is it's really unfair to the creators when you've created your platform with a certain contract and expectation, and then you change it on the creator because you, as the creator, have priced out the total expected amount that you're going to be earning from this piece of art. So if there's no royalties, you're going to charge more because you're not going to earn the royalties. And a lot of creators do earn enough to earn a living off of their royalties. And the thing with Web3 is the smart contracts and the royalties is what made it different than putting your art on Shutterstock or whatever and people just buying the JPEG. There's no difference. And that's, I don't see these platforms saying that they're going to waive all of their own fees. So it strikes me as super odd and unsustainable to get rid of the royalties.
Go for a high maintenance.
I'll say this. As an artist, right? I'm speaking from an artist and a founder. I don't know if you've been in here, Tim, when I've ranted about, this topic, but my whole idea is the royalties come last. That's a byproduct to your success. I think I argued with Josh about this a bit, where I think I don't really see what you're saying, but my idea of these royalties is if you're dead in the water as projects, don't worry about you're not the one worrying about royalties, right? Because no one's trading. The volume is dead, right? And so get this guy up the stage. What's it called? So it's so now you flip the idea, and so it's okay, royalties are meant for successful projects. Well, yeah, it would make sense, right? Because the volume's being traded a lot, and they're getting cut. And that's, again, it's a byproduct to your success of the project. So you can take the money and do whatever, right? And that goes into other things, DAOs, or it's just another form of revenue for the company, or the artist or whatever, right? Do what they want, and again, that's a whole other debate. But what's interesting is to eliminate royalties, you're eliminating it feels like you're eliminating poverty. You're eliminating people bring up Bored Ape all the time as the example. Would it be where they are without royalties? And it's yep, exactly. That's the point, right? They became successful, and after success, they're able to become even more successful, right? With the money, right? The capital. Like, there's a lot of people in these spaces that, like we said earlier, if you gave them the capital, they would build some crazy stuff, like some like worthy stuff, you know, right? It's a double-edged sword because you'll give someone so much capital, right? Pull the rug, leave. Then you give another one a hell of capital. What do you get? A blue chip. You get business. You get something amazing. So it's like we're playing this game where it's like community's trying to control what is and what's not. When it's like, and what's interesting is like zero royalties doesn't fix the problem. Giving a lot of royalties, well, that's the problem. And then what Art was saying is like, well, if there's no royalties, then the incentive for people to like fund or get themselves going on their project or whatever, right, is pricing power, raise the prices, right? But then it becomes a problem when people think the prices are too high. And then I don't know I don't know if anyone said or thought of this, but it's like I keep saying like a lot of people, the whole space is basically people want securities. People want in the back of their mind, they want this to be a security, but they don't want to take they don't want to take, like, they don't want to do it. Like, we want security, we want it, and don't eat it too, whatever, right? But it's like, it's not possible. And a lot of these projects and this ecosystem feels like it's walking into securities and evolution. If this is, we're recreating the wheel, we already did this in finance, right? What do companies do to generate more money? They do stock offering, right? Stock option offering, whatever offering, right? So they're holding literally liquidity of their own assets to the chest, right? And then whenever they need money, they sell it off slowly. And then the community, so it's like if you keep 0% royalties, that's what you're gonna get. Like, that's the next option for a founder to make money. For example, I'll just use me an example, right? It's like, I'm not saying I'm gonna do this, but it's like I'll just put me in the spotlight. It's like high maintenance club. If I needed to raise more money, if I'm doing a 10K collection, I will hold 2,000 to me, literally to me, right? I could cherry pick all the NFTs, right? 2,000, and I release 8,000, and then I sell it, make money. But it's like, if I need to make more money, I need to now start selling the extra 2,000 for a premium to make more money, right? I'll wrap this all up real quick. I've said it before. I don't know if people understand it, but it's like what you're seeing with the NFT marketplace, and it's just trading art. You're just trading art. That's all it is, really. At the end of the day, the core principle of it is you're trading art. It's no different than a currency, cryptocurrency, commodities, business, right? We traded business. We traded commodities. We traded, traded Forex. Art. People traded art. It was just called an auction. Every time you put that number up, you bought it for that 10 seconds, right? And then someone else bought it. 88, 85, 86, and the price went up because it was being traded. So it's like, that's what you're seeing. But the only difference is you're getting the people who are reaping the royalties are building, a business out of it per se, right? And others are going, I'm gonna build more art, but that's what it is. But I don't know, when it's if you stray a lot from that, then you start going into security territories. But I'm not for 0% royalties. If anything, it should just be a flat out, like, across the board, I don't know, 5%. Come on, you know what I mean? It's really low, but still a generous amount per se to yourself. Okay, if you're successful, is a blue chip. Just try to do the math and say, how much would have made if it was 5%, right? Both people win. Artists get a percentage, and others, make more money. But this, I don't know, I'm ranting a bit, but it's this idea that favoring traders is to my head, it's ridiculous. It's like, if you want to trade, all this is done. It's all done for you. We went through the rules. We did all of it. It's called the stock market. Like, I do that for a living. They're all there. You make a crap ton of money. We're talking Wall Street Bets. I'm from Wall Street Bets. I made, way more money in the markets than I do trading, like even trading NFT. It's there. And there's way more information at hand. Way more levers and stuff to look at and research to make way more money than to do NFTs, right? Like, as a trading, like, the difference is far spread, So, again, like I said, it feels like this notion is like, but no, we don't want to. We want to trade securities, but we don't want to be labeled securities. It's like, okay, listen, if you want to trade, just go to the stock market. But if you want to buy art and appreciates in value because there's more demand, then try an NFT, If you want to buy an NFT because it gives you more value, access to, like, social clubs and parties or just whatever they're selling you, then sure, buy it. But it's like, that only works if you pivot from traders to creators. But again, we're at the discrepancy because there's a lot of rug pulls, so it's like, I don't know. Unreal, take it away. Anybody know what's up?
So, what you said was interesting. If you're a new NFT marketplace and you just want to roll the royalties into the service fee and just say, like, it's a 3% service fee, but, like, only 0.5% goes back to the artist, then, artists can judge whether that is fair for them or not. And, if they want to, like, not advertise that it's royalties and just have it be rolled into the service fee, like, that's on the marketplace. But, yeah, I heard about this royalty situation a few months before it became a big deal, and I actually just shut down the person that brought it up because I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm not normally like that, but, like, why would you, don't cater to the cheapest person in the room because you're going to wind up with worse products in the end. And I have a feeling that, like, trying to do these trading things on things that aren't securities like they're securities there's going to be a crackdown on this and regulation on that part in particular, because it strikes me as a little, like, illegal, honestly, with, like, insider trading and stuff. So I don't think we should be catering, like, there can be platforms that cater to that, and if they're honest with their user base and the artists are cool with that, then they do them. I'm not going to tell anyone else how to conduct themselves, but for me and my NFT stuff, no, let's just keep our royalties and do things properly.
Like I said it earlier, a couple of days ago. It was we have this topic a lot. It's kind of, we got here because we were in a bull run and everyone was just trading nonsense, right? They didn't know they were rugs, right? But I'd argue, like, I didn't buy any of it. Sure, I didn't make any of the game lines. I stuck to the stock market, but it's like, part of me was like, come on, they were rugs. There's some people in Discord going, we know this is not the word. We know they're out there in the metaverse, but we're flipping it. And I just made a 6x profit. It's like, a lot of people knew when they did bull run. There was bull run and everything. This market had a crazy bull run. You know what I mean? Wall Street Bets the whole time was like, it's down. Stocks only go up. And a lot of people made money, took profits, a lot of people didn't. But the idea was like, everyone was making money. All these people, they didn't care about royalties. They didn't care about even gas prices. Right? They triple paid. And no one said anything about royalties. But then all of a sudden, the narrative changed and down. And not in the stock market, you can make money on this going down, just short it. But in the NFT market, nope, you're holding the bag. The narrative changed, and I was like, okay, the traders no longer making money, but founders made out. You know, it was like, well, like what the hell? It's like, well, yeah, they weren't trading shovels; they were selling you the shovels. You know what I mean? They're the house; they're making money. But the narrative change was like, oh, okay, let's make the traders be just profit founders. But it's like that's not gonna work. But then the idea is like, okay, well, they're like, well, what if now they changed the meta and it was like, let's just make everything free mint, but 10% royalty. Right, so now everyone and their mothers are releasing, you know, like worse than Fiverr-looking art projects, and just releasing it for free. Anyone takes the bait, and then if that project's successful, then the founder gets a cut, right? Because you know the founder who made the project's not gonna get anything if it goes up from $1 to $5, right? They're still getting a 10% royalty on $5. That's not a lot, right? Unless it's a crazy amount of volume. So it's like you went to this point where it was like, okay, now these new projects don't even get money unless the trader was successful. And then now the traders are still not making money because you know how they're still not making money because they went from, well, we need to just all together get rid of royalties, just all together, right? Screw the creator. Like, screw the person who just put in, like, a year's worth or 6 months worth of drawing, right? Whatever, you know, trading, whatever you want to call it, you know what I mean? Like, screw them. Just 0% royalties, cut them out. Because the trader needs to maximize his profit. It's the idea I always say, like, the 0% royalty became a thing where it's like, well, like, you wouldn't go to a fine restaurant, order the steak, and then not tip. If you have the, you know what I mean, like, especially, you know, if you have the money. Like, it's like, no, you know you have the money, you're going out, buy it. If your whole concern is saving money, you're in the wrong field. Right? I don't trade stocks and go, I'm using money I'm using money I need. I'm using money I need. But I gotta trade. It's like, no, it's like I use money I don't need. I'm using money I could put in the toilet right now and not care. I could sleep at night, you know. So I don't know. It's interesting. So it's like I feel like that's what I witnessed in the NFT market from start to now, and it's like it's just the pendulum is just shifting to traders when it's like we don't need to go all the way. We go halfway, right? Pull it back, but because we're so far to one side, it's like obviously the next momentum would be shifting back to founders. And I think we're doing that naturally because what's happening, people are being more, what's it called? Smart, I guess, you know, just being smart about it. Like, okay, what's this project? What does it do? What does it offer? What's the utility? Who's the person? You can't trust them. I learned from all my mistakes. Okay, I like the person. Sounds legit. You know, checking all my boxes, and everyone has their own personal boxes, right? But it's like checking all the boxes and then you know, go from there, right? But as Tim was saying earlier, it's like the rug game has died down a bit, you know. I think I think it's just because hand in hand, the market itself being down, not much liquidity to pull, and secondly, all these NFT people kind of accepted what just happened in the bull run. They're like, okay, well, now I have to actually do research. This is my notes.
I think Bella had her hand up. I don't know if she fell asleep again. She been tripping it out. Can I ask the guys that are out here? I have heaps to say on this discussion, but I feel like I've spent hours on this in the last few weeks. Because I think there's even more nuances. Because I think we're saying we want to build quality projects. To build quality projects, you need to have quality people managing your Discord. If it's a Telegram or Discord, you need digital marketing and people that can do graphic designing to give you the necessary support behind what you're doing. Then building these community, if you want to link it to IRL, has certain costs towards it. That means you need regular, consistent cash flow throughout the period of time. And I think you can't bring Web2 art and try to bring the same concept. I'm talking about the structure into Web3. That's what's so special about Web3 in terms of what it's about to to offer. But I've also been very stringent about artists that have come into this space and have just drawn liquidity out from their community without understanding the mechanism that decentralization offers, which is I feel creators or artists have something extremely more significant and material and tangible compared to like general DeFi or even other general NFT projects, GameFi metaverse projects. Is you guys build a fan base, and the reason I bring the fan base notion is fans are usually backing the concept, the people behind the concept. There's a sentimental relationship that you connect with them, and I believe that means you've got an extra responsibility, and I think that's, you know, I've talked to artists before, and they believe that's something that's really important to them, connecting to their audience, connecting people to the message, to the visuals, to the concept, the entire. You know, every art has different genres and different objectives that each artist are looking to achieve. But in general sense, you are building the connection, an emotional connection or attachment to what you guys are putting together. And for me, that's why I believe art in itself is a utility, because it runs off human emotions. And yes, there's utility in terms of the asset value into your wallet. It can also give you access into other communities, like you see with BAYC, but it also can give you access to IRL. There's so many other utilities, so I don't like that notion. But I am starting to see, and I'm really big on peer-to-peer governance rather than regulators coming in and pushing themselves in, which is inevitable. But like in the real world, people build industry bodies. So new genre is created, or new industry. All of a sudden, this industry starts having people that have led that industry, and they start creating these industry bodies. And I think that's something we need to develop more of within Web3. I'm a big, like example, there's an interoperability platform that Lucas talks about, where you've got all these projects that are working on interoperability to develop what framework should we're working off. But these are community-led discussions and initiatives, and I think in art, it's equally important that we have, you know, quality profiles with varying positions and opinions that are coming to the table and saying what are our expectations. And then you're able to start having a more united and unified message out to all these various platforms that are trying to dictate, or, you know, you can actually strip them of all the volume, because you have the entire body with all these communities that are in here saying, no, we are one, we're going to work together and whatnot too. So I'm really big on, you know, peer-to-peer governance within our ecosystem, within the various fields. I think that's the best form of governance that comes from the community, because rather than regulators. But I also do believe that when it comes, so one question to anyone that is artists that obviously we have on the space is that peer-to-peer governance amongst one another and setting expectations and the collaborations. Is that something we do see? Because one of the things I dislike is you know, creators that are coming into the space and just trying to gain liquidity from their community. And again, for me, a true artist is that's secondary. Like I also believe it's equally important that people are putting their lives into Web3 and dictate their passion. Yes, it's secondary, but yes, they still need sustainability, right? To manage their day-to-day living. Less stress at home in their personal life allows them to become a better creator in the space and do what they want to do through a passion. But in gaming, there's a thing called about managing retention. So they need to have generating revenue that allows them to build the ecosystem, refine the ecosystem, improve on their content, and retain people that are within the ecosystem. I believe it's equally important for an artist, and that's why it's important not to disincentivize them. And when I look at royalties, again, there's back and forth discussion, what's reasonable, what's not. I think that expectation, number one, if a creator wants to put 100% royalty and they have another creator who's got 5%, the same art, then the community is going to drive the demand and supply anyway. Stop freaking using them, yeah? Like, the option should be the creator. They decide whatever they want. Community comes in and they start driving however they come across. But I still feel then the pressure can come from the artists within the community to start dividing, you know, expectations within the space. But the only negative that I've seen is creators gain liquidity from their community, especially in Web3, and not incentivizing them or rewarding them. So, and I think what happens, especially musicians that have been burnt so much in the real world with these middlemen type of people, but the difference in Web3 is you're connecting directly to your fan base now. But it also means now you have a responsibility, and especially in Web3, if they're going to support you financially and they're going to help, then you need to provide them and reward them and incentivize that community, because you automatically become an ecosystem and you start developing these connections and these relationships, and you have a huge opportunity to even change, not change, but bring like-minded people or get them to understand, the environment you're looking to develop and change mindsets and whatnot too. So I think that's a question I have for you guys in terms of, amongst artists and amongst this space, the integrity of what you guys are doing with the relationships of your community and incentivizing also your community. And then secondly, in terms of royalty, I think for me, I would prefer quality ecosystems, which means not pumping a lot of work, but maybe pumping a lot of work works within their roadmap and they've got a certain format. But in general, my preference would be, I would want to incentivize artists or creators that are creating their ecosystem to develop things of quality, because then we're building a quality infrastructure. And from a totality level, if all artists and creators have the opportunity to develop quality things, they need quality people. You need to support. And quality people aren't going to come cheap, because yes, you can say they're artists, but artists deserve to live a life where they're financially able to do what they love doing. They're following their passion within art. Does that mean they don't deserve income, don't deserve driving income, or do we continuously put the pressure on them to go, no, you need to sell more art for you to be in this ecosystem and keep driving? Yeah, without selling more of that, then you're going to hurt. That's where I see royalty is such an important factor, because that drives cash flow. And I know how hard it is for any entrepreneurs that's in a space, and that's what's happening with artists. They're all becoming entrepreneurs in this space. Managing cash flow is the hardest thing. So I'm not going to use the notion to go only because X amount of artists are taking advantage of the community, or they're trying to take advantage of making financial gains without really emphasis on their art and what they're looking to develop. That's, for me, that's not the precondition to this discussion. The precondition should be to gain the quality artists, to gain the quality creators, and we need to incentivize them by giving necessary mechanisms that allows them to develop amazing things. So my precondition is, no, artists and people coming into the space are amazing and we should be supporting them. Then yes, I understand mitigating risk and measurability in terms of bad practices needs to be defined and developed within a community. And I rambled on a bit, but I think it was Amy and then high maintenance, or vice versa, but I'll let them choose because we're in decentralization.
Too late, haha. Okay, so thank you, high maintenance, for letting me go. So it's almost 2 a.m. my time, so I'm probably gonna leave soon, and but I did want to address a couple of things. I can't be the only person that when OpenSea says the max a creator can make for chooses royalties at 10%, and I was just like, okay, well then I'm gonna choose 10%, because women tend to not value themselves or try to do less, and I was just like, nope, we're just gonna do 10%. So I think what Tim was saying with we should decide as a community what is a standard, I think that can work in the favor of artists. It's basically a union at that point where it's yeah, we're all just going to toe the line. It's going to be a 10% royalty. What are you going to do? You can't find artwork with less. But I since this whole royalty discussion has come up, apparently people usually put 3% per person. I don't know. No one ever took me aside and actually told me about that. But the other thing I wanted to address was so the thing that stood out to me was artists should be able to produce quality, and my personal philosophy is that artists should have, or at least one method I respect is using tiered like a tier, like this collection is my cheaper collection, this collection is like what I actually enjoy to do, and it's more expensive, and it allows each artist to like have a fan base and lower, like higher volume things going in and out, and they can live off of it, but then, you know, have the high piece. And I'm really just curious about, for my own use case, NFTs as alternative funding for those that get gatekeeped out of traditional like VC paths, or like other traditional funding paths, because like not every project is like it's worthy projects and worthy businesses, but they're not like the sexy things that investors like to invest in traditionally. But if you're talking to your audience and your customers want to buy directly from you, then like more's the better. But I'm pretty sure that made a point, so I'm gonna stop talking for now.
Just to add, I'll give it to high maintenance. Maybe I was just thinking, look, within art, there's so many genres. There were so many friends that in creators, and I love the fact there's difference of opinion, various schools of thought. You know, if someone's talent is defined by them working at a certain quality, right? Where, you know, we've got a guy, Wayne Shepherd. I think you know who that is as well, Amy. Like, he had brain tumor, and he's based in the UK, and all of a sudden, he was able to become this amazing artist, right? A skill that he said he never had, and he basically was able to develop after developing his surgery and whatnot. So, you know, fortunate enough, he was he's been cleared just more recently after many years of fighting cancer or whatnot as well. But I look at the work he develops, takes a long time, right? And he's focused on a certain realm. So whatever he develops is what he develops. And you know, I understand the hybrid approach that some people, and you see that in the commercial world. Actually, it's a very sensible economical model in the commercial world, where you have these superior car like Lexus and Toyota. You know, Lexus is for the supreme and the premium, and they bring Toyota, which is allowed for the middle class, supposedly. So, I mean, I can understand the affordability measures and, you know, businesses looking at that to gain as much of a market share. But then I also do think certain artists are able to develop, or their passion lays in specific genre, specific art, and that's what they're going to put their energy and time, because that's what allows them to have optimal results, right? And then you have others that are able to do both. Then you got others that are focused on a whole different area, where it might be bulk at a more lower price because they're trying to achieve something a little bit different. But I'm guessing within the art world, there's genres is huge, and then you have the style of art, and then you have the commission of art, and then you have the market they're looking to capture. I'm guessing, again, because I'm not an artist, but I do respect and appreciate the diversity that I've seen in the last few years into the space. But do you think, like, this in art, the hardest part is there's no real one model? Like, there's so many. But I would agree, from a commercial side, I would look at competitiveness when I'm looking at trying to bring myself into the market. Like, example, in the real world, you know, our company have focused onto a niche because there's less competition. So it's allowed me, yes, to gain a small market share, but I return more for that market share than what I'd have to spend competing against the wider community, and even in terms of selling out because of the risks associated to it. So I can understand when you're in Web3, from a commercial level, you also need to have that business cap on to go, you know, where are those opportunities? And sometimes I can capitalize on there by doing X, Y, and Z. But then again, I've got friends that are artists, very, you know, I think we normally have Lauren over here, who's phenomenal in terms of her experience, and when she holds discussion, I just listen in awe. But she really talks about you know, the art and the history of art and the style of art and all that various philosophy that goes behind art. And again, that's her approach, and she's focusing on that area. But it's definitely high end in terms of what she's creating and what she's developing, because that's what she studied, that's what she's experienced, and that's what she wants to produce into the market and whatnot too. But yeah, I just feel like there's so much notions into that area. Yeah, I'll pass it on to high maintenance.
You drop a lot of like good questions that are like statements that I would love to interrupt and like question, right? Because you get me thinking. I'm from the art world, right? I went to a private art college, right? Drawn my whole life. Everyone in my family, not everyone, but majority of people in my family are artists, right? I hold myself to, I would say, a higher standard when it comes to art, right? Like I went to a good college. The acceptance rate to get in that school was like 6%, right? So like 1 in every 3, right, would get a chance into the school. So it was like your standard like art academy. You submit your portfolio and they judge it, you get in. So and I don't know, maybe answering one of your points. There's a lot of different artists, and that art actually is designed for specific stuff. You go to a graphic designer for specific graphic design, and then there's subgenres in that, right? I'm only this graphic designer, right? I can't do that, right? Or I don't do that. There's this animation and that style. So the styles, in art, just break down to subsections. But to kind of like answer some of your points, it's I don't think you see a lot of art. Like the art you see in this NFT space, it's not really like the person who's selling it and promoting it isn't doing it, right? You're not seeing more. Like, for example, as a founder, I'm someone, as an artist and a founder, I'm like, I want to hear from my community. I want to hear what you want, right? I even talk to people on here, DM like what are some cool designs that you'd like to see that you haven't seen? What do you want? They're like, I like your art. I like what you're designing. Like, when's launch? When NFT? And I'm like, well, it's coming, but like, let me know. Like, what are you looking for, right? And even when it comes to like, and that's just the start. Like, that's the start. NFT collection, easy. And what's funny is like, even with me, I'm working at like, when it comes to art, 0 to 100. I'm working on my project right now. Like, I'm working at like, when it comes to like putting a lot of like skill, I'm working at like, I don't know, maybe 70%. I want to give you the extra, what's it, like 30, 40%, right? Whatever, bad at math. I want to give you that, but I don't have the time. I literally don't have the time. I'm doing this all like practically for free. If I was being paid, I could push the art the extra miles, right? And then I even said to certain people, I go, if I really wanted to, and like shoot the whatever ego I have left, I can just go to ArtStation, right? Hire professionals, like real professionals. I can hire like 4 or 5 of them. Maybe like, here's my art, here's the NFT, right? All 10,000. Here's all the traits. Upgrade it. Let's give these people even better art. You like the art now? Let's give you better, right? But the idea is like, you're not seeing more from founders just because they don't even have the artists. Like, a lot of these people, I don't think they have like, I feel like it's a lot of Fiverr art, right? They're long gone, right? If they actually had artists on team, the artist could easily, especially more than one, right? They could easily drop more work, more art, banners, promotional material, right? Like for example, like the other day, like, people keep doing apes on skateboards and stuff, and I'm just thinking in my head, like, well, clearly, like, they're licensing their ape, and I'm like, shoot, man, someone license their ape to me. I'll give you some dope one-of-one ape artwork. We could put this on a board right now, right? Get you selling. Get a shop going, website, your art, your ape art, your own ape on a art, on a board, whatever. Like, there's so, like, the sky's the limit when you have an artist on the team, because you can just design so much stuff catered around like one ape, right? One item, one image, one brand. And to me, I see all these a lot of these projects not doing that, like not elaborating, not extending their brand, because these are all brands, right? If art is the foundation to NFTs, that's almost synonymous with branding. Why aren't they extending it? Why aren't they like drawing more? Doing more. I get it's generative and it's a lot, but I'm like, but you have generative art. Like if the 10,000 or 5,000 is what it is, it's like pick one, right, and make a older founder, right? Swap those traits out on the new artwork, right? And you can even extend it if you wanted to. You can, like, for example, I was like, what if you did it as a skateboard, but you put in the blank image of like really cool illustration, but you leave the main character blank, and then everyone could put their put their NFT in it, you know? Or you can just actually, if you wanted to, someone buys the board, you can customly draw their NFT that you already made into the blank slate of the illustration, right? I don't know, like, you have, I'm digressing, maybe, I don't know. You have really good questions, but I'd have to hear it again to jump off it. But we'll go to art.
Yeah, I mean, sorry if I made you lose your train of thought.
No, you're good. I was probably ranting.
As a kind of an aside, as a solo founder, sometimes I'm in conversations, and you didn't do this, but it reminded me of when I'm like, you know, I'm learning Solidity, and then people are like, founders don't need to know Solidity, founders don't need to know this, founders don't, I'm like, I am the founder, I'm the artist, I am making the metaverse, like, I don't know what to tell you, like, and it also goes for the other way too, where it's just like, oh, like, you don't need to hire someone to learn spatial, you can just learn it. I'm like, no, like, you don't understand, like, space-time constraints. I will hire someone to do spatial because it's not something, I have my own metaverse, that's the time I've dedicated to that. Like, there's certain things that, like, when, like, a founder finds that they need to make a team, like, there's just certain tasks I'm looking forward to foisting off on somebody else. But that didn't really have much to do with what you just said, but except for that it's interesting that when you do have founders and teams of more than just one person, how, like, the person that is promoting the art is often not the artist, because it's better to let them stick in their lane and, like, produce art. So there's just that.
Yeah, like, I agree. Like, right, like, for example, like, right, for me right now, it's like, it's just me, but I'm in talks with other people, right, to onboard and, you know, make the team bigger, you know. I was gonna say something the other day, I was gonna tweet it, but I didn't. I was like, a lot of people in the space care more about the status of saying I did that versus outsourcing to someone who could do it way better and make your brand better. But at the same time, I agree with you where it's like time and money, right? Like, if you can do it yourself, do it yourself. Save your time, save yourself money, but you got to put in your time, right? Wear a majority of all the hats that you need to, if you can, until you're like, well, it's actually more beneficial for me to just outsource, you know, because I'm going to get better product because I can't do it, and save myself time, like kill two birds with one stone, right? But going to Tim's point, I'm kind of losing it because it was like a very long, broad question. But like, again, I don't think you see a lot of founders catering. That's the interesting part. It's like they're not catering to the fans, right? And also, I feel like that's also there could be little things, or no, there could be bigger things involved. Why they're not behind the scenes? I mean, if I had to make a really big guess, besides that their artist is from Fiverr and they no longer see that guy, right, is the funding, the amount they asked, right? By the time they paid themselves, whatever they paid themselves generously, there's no more money, right? And there's like they don't have the capital to extend these ideas, because those ideas need it's capital. You need the money. You need the money to do the idea. Like, you know, you can't start your own. I don't know. Let's just say, let's stick with skateboards. You can't stick with your own. You can't do the whole skateboard brand and company idea because you spent all the money. Yeah, you got art, or maybe an artist, but you got no artist, or you do have an artist, but you don't have the money to go make a brand. And like, you have the money and capital to get the boards, you know what I mean? Put the design on the boards, make a, you know, technically you don't even need some of the stuff. You don't even need a warehouse or anything. It's you know, e-commerce. You know, just slap the design on the board and everyone else does it yourself. But even that, they can't even do that, right? It's like, that's where the money spent. It's gone. You know what I mean? And then now we take that project and we just move it to the rug pile, right? Like, like, right? Like, there's some people who are. What's interesting is there's probably a lot of projects. There's probably a good amount, maybe few. I'd say a few projects that actually are working, but they're taking that like one beyond Web3, Twitter, 24/7 is literally stressful. Then secondly, it's like they're working like a company. They're not going to give all their secrets away every day of the week, right? They're like a normal company. They keep it tight to the chest, and then they hype up stuff. And then I could steer this conversation in any direction. I can use certain. There's some founder out there right now who made like $15-18 million, right? And see no art, nothing. They scrapped it. It's like what are we doing? What's going on? Right, that's a whole other topic. But any questions, Tim? I could keep.
I was going to say. I think one of the questions I asked in terms of the peer-to-peer, peer-to-peer governance, but in terms of expectations amongst artists. So this is not from the community level, but amongst founders, amongst artists, the relationships amongst founders and builders within the art space. Is that something you guys are seeing more of, especially within the bearish market? Is there also a newer expectation that's been set amongst the peers? So not from a community level, but amongst you guys as artists and creators. Is there discussions that are occurring in terms of sort of expectations? I've noticed sometimes artists can be really critical of one another in discussions and whatnot as well. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing, depending on how constructive it is, but it'd be good just to understand, especially in the bearish market, not the bullish, not in terms of the coming out of the bull run, because I think it'd be very hard to have that discussion, but from what you guys have seen in the last few months, just be good from an outside perspective to see what the sentiments are like amongst projects like yourselves.
Personally, I'll take it. Personally, I don't even know. I'll be honest. I don't even know. I maybe I don't have the time, like literally physical time, to like find it right from spaces and discords. And I'm not a big Discord person, but like I don't hear people discussing that, and even when I go into smaller spaces with like 10 people, right, and whatnot. I don't see that. I don't really see, like, I see like the audience, right, the community, like hyped up and just having a conversation like we are, but I'm not hearing any discussions. It's all on the back channels and DMs where they're like, making their comments and demands and collaborative efforts. But I'm not hearing it like whatever locally. And then when it comes to founders, I don't hear that either. I don't hear founders, vocally asking, right? But again, and then not every founder is an artist, so again, the founder is speaking for the artist, I would assume. But I don't know. I don't hear it. I don't see much of it. I feel like we are though I do think we are in a time and space where, like, you would think that would happen, right? It would be like plain as day. I don't know. Have you? Like, has anyone? I don't know. Like, I haven't really heard much from like peer to peer from artist to community, unless it's the ones that are art. Like, I guess I'm speaking from a seller's point, right? Like I'm not really into actual any community really, But plus the ones I want to be in, I'm priced out. But it's like, I don't know. I guess the answer would be for someone who's actually in the community, because I'm only seeing it from like people trying to create NFTs. Founders trying to sell themselves.
You know what? Because I was just.
My Twitter rugged, so go to bed. It's 2:04 in the morning, which means it's gonna be 3 a.m. before I do anything, and I'm gonna be sick tomorrow. Good night. We made good progress tonight with this. It's gonna look cool. Like I said before, it looks shitty until it doesn't. we're gonna fix the floor tomorrow. I don't think changing it from WebP to PNG worked. Unless, is there one that's still web? Oh, that's... What are you doing, Amy? Problem solved. Okay. Still going to fix the other stuff. That's nice, dear. I just want the blink lines to not be blink anymore. Thanks much. Cool story, bro. I really am super tired, nodding off. I bullshit. The usual. Oh, my cat just bit me. It's time to go to bed, she said. Anyway, we'll figure out what this is doing. Why some of this is not showing up the way it... Do you see any? They're all PNGs, and it goes to Toya too. Good. Okay. Good night. I don't think I'm having any scheduled Twitter spaces tomorrow. Monday though. Monday's plenty. Yeah.